you've heard all weekend. From what I heard and what I saw on the news, Florida was basically an electric storm all weekend long, and you didn't see nothing. You brought the dark cloud to Florida with you, didn't you?
So they say. I was accused.
The first call, everybody. Let's hear about the shows Tom didn't see. Go ahead, tell us.
I didn't see anything. Everything I went to see for a 2-day festival was, they called it Code Red, and they kicked everybody out. So,
so you went to a 2-day music festival and you saw exactly 0 bands, heard 0
No,
bands.
no, it's a 4-day. I went for the middle 2 days. Yeah.
Oh, so the first and the last day, people got to enjoy music.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good. Mush went home.
Yeah.
And the music commenced.
Yeah. Exactly. So, I mean, I had a good time. It was fun. I'm sure. When the wife found out there's no peninsula, was she mad? Oh, no. She's been to Daytona for the 500 like 10 times. She's very clear of the concept. Oh, no. She's been to Daytona for the 500 like 10 times. She's very clear. Oh, no. She's been to Daytona for the 500 like 10 times. She's very clear of the concept in Daytona.
So she knew.
She knew what she was getting into. Yeah.
So I don't know if you saw the end of the day yesterday. I want to mention it just before we.
Oh, I saw it.
What
you talking about Friday afternoon?
Yeah, the last 25 minutes or so.
I saw it. I was on an American Airlines flight. We were about to land, and I almost took my computer and threw it out the window. Not because they rallied all the way back, but because I had spent the prior hour and a half trying to get a decent enough connection to roll every single call I had down, so I didn't have like 100,000 long deltas. And so after I got my last call rolled down, they decided to rally back 90 handles.
Yeah, just about. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Oh no, I saw it. I watched everything.
Is this a Dow Stones Joji something?
Yeah, of course. It's whatever you want it to be, Tony. Okay. So you can. It's a Batista. You can make it up whatever name you want. It's
Spike. I want to make it a Spike. Yeah,
this is what I'm writing about in my cherry bomb tonight. The statistical chance. It's not a game changer, but the statistical chance of 2 days of nonstop lightning combined with a 90-point reversal in the S&Ps is about 1/1000th of 1%. We call that an outlier move.
What are the odds, right? What are the odds?
Right. No, I did watch it, and like I said, I rolled all the calls down. At the end of the day, I got so mad I bought some stock in Tesla. I'm like, I haven't bought Tesla stock in ever.
Yeah.
Tesla. At the end of the day, I just got mad and bought some stock at like 555 or something. I don't remember. 655.
650. Yeah, about 655 average price.
Yeah, 655. I was mad. I was like, all right, I've had enough. I can't take this anymore. So
E-mini S&P is traded down to just about 100 points low in this 3907 or so. I'm sorry, 3807. They look like they're going to open around 3906-ish or something right now. NASDAQ looks like it's up around 5 or 6. Again, these are preliminary numbers. We'll see what really happens. Bitcoin is trading just around that 30,000 number. Bitcoin's been the most stable of all currencies right now, Sadov.
I mean, yeah, I guess if you call it a currency.
Yeah, well, they call it cryptocurrency. I know. Asset was probably a better word for it.
Yeah.
You said that a long time ago.
I mean, the real question is, and we got Victor and Pete and John on tonight. Although John
Three Musketeers, yes, that's correct.
Although John is mourning the a left winger winning in Australia, it's going to be very tough for him to concentrate. But don't
worry, they can have another election tomorrow, can't they, or something?
Well, they have to vote on it. Yeah, sure.
Yes,
whatever you want. Right. It's a parliamentary system. I love parliamentary systems.
Yeah.
I studied it in college, so I was all into it.
I know.
So I was all into it back then. Now I don't really care as much. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so do you think Friday was the low?
You know, I talked about this with Jamal, who was on the show with me, and I've said I thought 38.50 was the low. So I guess
look at this here. You got an opening. We're up 12
bucks.
Up
12. I guess 3,800 is the low. Sure. Yeah. For me, I do. I think I think a lot of people were saying we needed more capitulation. Everybody was so bearish on Friday. Every email I got was just,
hey, well, that was capitulation.
That was my thinking. That was my thinking.
Yeah.
But then we went lower. So yeah, I think the low is in, but what do I know? I mean, I hate doing that kind of stuff.
What do you know? Oh my God, I've been around you now for almost 40 years. What you know is this immense amount of information. You can fit the thimble.
I know, I got it.
No, it's this immense amount of information. I mean, you know, I sold my encyclopedias because I was friends with you.
I met a guy who sold encyclopedias and became good friends for almost 30 years now. Volatility down 27 cents. Volatility had led us higher prior to this, and like it moved before the rest of the market. And then, man, volatility really came back in a big way.
Quick question. I think, on Friday, did volatility close down on the day?
Unchanged.
Unchanged. Got it.
Yeah, just about unchanged. Just about unchanged.
Let me tell you something. When the futures are moving 90 points in an hour, and you're on an American Airlines flight, well, it doesn't matter.
It closed up 30 cents. I mean,
I have nothing against American. I'm just saying when you're on like, you know, satellite Wi-Fi that goes, you've lost your connection. You've lost your connection. I'm like, oh. And the person next to me was not happy with me. So
family member?
Yes, my wife.
Family member. Okay.
Yeah. She's like, I can't listen to you. I'll have another drink, please. I cannot listen to you.
Doesn't she realize why we let you sit alone? I mean, nobody wants to sit next
to no. She said, I can't believe I'm even sitting with you.
I don't blame her. Look at these. Even the S&P's up 20, NASDAQ up 64, Russell up 10, Dow up 154. What's your thoughts, Sadna, from watching the market from afar and not? Well, really
I told you I made an angry trade on the close because if I really thought, you know, I was so mad I bought Tesla, and I only did it because I'm like, you know what, I am not going to get double whammied.
Well, Tesla was one of the weakest.
Yeah, it was down like $45 on Friday.
Yeah, it never really came back. Tesla.
No, I know. That's why I bought some of that stock. But I rolled down some calls during the day, made myself really mad. I mean, 3,900, where we closed, right around 3,900, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I see no reason why. So when's Memorial Day? Is it this weekend?
Yes, that's correct. And it's also Nikki's birthday.
Oh, so it's a double holiday. So he gets like a week off.
Yeah, week to 10 days.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of feel like, you know, I kind of felt like they might rally towards the end of the week because going to that long weekend, whatever. Now I'm thinking, you know, maybe they try to goose them up a little bit, you know, early in the week. Who knows? Right.
I
mean, 4,000 would be, you know, if they hung around that, I can easily see this market hanging between 3,800 and 4,300 for a long time.
Whoa. Could you tighten it up a little bit there, Mr. Sosnoff?
Well, I'm talking about for the whole summer. If you go,
for the summer.
Yeah. If you look right now and you went to, let's just take it to August 31st.
Sure.
Okay. And if you look at the expected move in the ES to August 31st,
400 points. You're right there.
Yeah, it's about 420 points, right?
Yep.
Well, that, you know, like if you think that we're on the low end right now, then 3,800 or 3,750 to 4,300 is a pretty good.
Sure,
you know,
that's why. Yeah,
I mean, based on that ES number, it would say 3,500 to 4,300. But I think we're closer to a bottom than a top. That's for sure. So I would say we're looking more like 43.
Well, nothing's for sure, but yes, I agree.
No, I know. That's why I'm saying 38 to 43 in that range for a couple of months. I tend to think by the end of the summer, you could see vol down in the low 20s.
Well, then you'd be looking for a rally, right? With volatility at 29 right now.
Well, I think we're going to stay in a very narrow range. I don't think we're going anywhere. I just think you're going to see much lower volatility.
That's fair. That's fair. I can handle that.
I mean, I think there's a lot of stocks that like if you wanted to sell Apple, I think you sold it. And if you wanted to sell Netflix, I think you sold it. You know, if you wanted to sell Tesla at this point, I think you sold it.
If you wanted to sell Apple, you got the opportunity to sell Apple. If you
No, I'm saying I think there's a lot of stocks.
If you wanted to sell Netflix, you still own it because you never got the opportunity to sell it.
No, but I mean, if you had to puke it, you puked it. That's all.
I get it. I understand that.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to raise capital, you could do it if you were long Apple. Couldn't do it if you were long Netflix.
Yeah, the way the bonds have traded, and I'm going to talk to Pete about this in about 2 or 3 minutes. But the way the bonds traded down to 134, and now they're back to 140, 118. And it's not like any of us are bullish in bonds, but that's a pretty big move up 7 points from the lows.
The big
and
move.
I kind of feel like stocks are going to have that same kind of tape action where they're going to grind, and every rally is going to be a sale, but they're going to grind higher. I mean, just because they're oversold right now, that's all. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to trade this with no delta. I'm not going to get long. I'm going to trade with no delta. But
we've been doing that. You've been doing that on the way down, right? I mean, I've
been trading it like that on the way down. I trade it that way. I try to trade it that way for a little bit longer. And hopefully we're going to collect some of this data we've got out there, because we've had a lot of freaking data out there, and honestly, it hasn't come in.
It haven't been paid. That's correct.
No, I feel like the market owes me a lot of money. So
right, because you didn't sell 31 vol, you sold 26 vol, 28 vol, where we are now. But and I got caught on some big earnings moves, which I can't. Earnings are dead to me. I'm not going to talk about Zoom.
Right? No. I'm so happy for 3 months I don't have to look at another earnings play. Absolutely, and don't try to sucker me in with Nike or some crap like that.
Or Zoom, which comes out after market close, or Best Buy on Tuesday morning.
Well, Zoom. I haven't looked at Zoom. I have no Zoom position on, but I'm guessing it's under 100. Is that fair? I don't know.
Zoom is $89. Yeah, it's under.
Wow, that little freaking stock. My worst earnings trade ever, when it went from 380 to 520 in one morning, and now it's $89. That piece of crap. We're on Zoom right now.
Hold on, man. Have some conviction with your positions.
Let me tell you, if you had conviction at 400 in Zoom, you're going to be waiting the rest of your lifetime, the rest of your kids' lifetime, the rest of their kids' lifetime, because they ain't seeing 400 ever again. Zoom's 15 minutes of fame are over, and that's all there is to it.
I don't know. We got monkeypox now. Don't worry about it. We'll be home in no time.
I love a little monkeypox. I don't even know what it is, but I'd rather have monkeypox than chickenpox. All right, let's bring in the Mulmat.
Bring in the Mulmat, Mr. Pete Mulmat. Pete Qua?
Man, no music? I'm trying.
No music, no video.
I don't know what. Oh, there we go. Sorry, a little technical difficulty there. Gentlemen, so good to see you, Tom, Tony. Tom, sounds like you had a great weekend, even though a little bit of the storms, Daytona.
All right.
Spent a lot of time indoors.
Daytona is always fun. Have you ever been to Daytona?
I know. I went there a couple of times in college. At that point, it was fun. It was
a trap.
It was an exotic vacation for us at that point in my life.
Calling it right now.
Actually,
it's a trap.
We had a lot of fun. We were hanging out with really interesting people.
I don't know if it's a trap or not.
Yeah.
Maybe a trap. Who knows?
Look, you got the summer
could be a trap.
coming back in, man. I'm so envious.
Everything's a trap.
God,
what was the weather like here? Was it nice yesterday or crappy? I heard the game.
No, it rained all day yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, it did rain all day yesterday. Here too.
See that? See, I see you just by the pool, enjoying.
In the rain,
right, with the cabana and the tanning bed. Okay, fair enough.
Right. Well,
and a heater.
It's so bad.
So Pete, getting back to the markets here for a quick sec.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of just made a crazy comment. I feel like the stock market's in the same place that the bond market was in when bonds traded down under 135, and without too much trouble, they goosed them back up to 140 on kind of a really, over 140, 41 on a pretty strong rally. I kind of feel like, I kept telling Tony, I think the bonds were the most oversold instrument and now I think the dollar is the most overbought instrument. But the dollar at least has had a couple of days where they've given back a little bit. But you know what? The bond market, the stock market hasn't had really a bounce at all.
No, and I think after NASDAQ's Ichimoku down dagger or whatever, Tony, you were referring to earlier. I don't know what the hell that was, but no, I read it somewhere else too. Tom, the SPU NASDAQ ratio. One of the things
Oh,
I look at.
don't be ripping on the Ichimoku clouds, because those are,
I remember,
Ichimoku clouds.
I took technical analysis when I first started trade. I remember starting to read through some of these names, and I'm like, what the hell are these guys coming
Well, you
up
get
with?
to name, if you come up with a study, you get to name. I mean,
guess.
you're just jealous you don't have the mole mat.
Yeah, no, I have a tough time writing my name, let alone drawing lines on a chart. So always been a bit of a challenge for me. But
I'll tell you a quick story. I was at an event once, and I was doing something, and there was a guy there. I can't remember. He's some famous technician, and I was introduced to him, but I didn't know him. In fact, I didn't know any famous technicians. So I said to him, I go, "Hey, how you doing?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm blah blah blah." I go, "Oh, nice to meet you." He goes, "You guys, you know my study, don't you?" And I go, "No, I never even heard of it." And he looked at me like he wanted to rip my head off. And I'm like, I'm like, "What? I don't use technical analysis." And he goes, "How could you trade and not use technical analysis?" And I go, "I don't know anybody that uses technical analysis." And he just was seething. It was brutal. It was the most uncomfortable moment. And he's some famous guy. And
you've put people in uncomfortable moments before. For this to be the most uncomfortable, that must have been something.
I'm talking about with clothes on.
Oh, okay. Wow.
We're not going back to the weekend, Tony.
One rained-in weekend, and all of a sudden it becomes a sexual machine.
No, you said
He's
uncomfortable.
The Terminator.
You said uncomfortable positions. I was just trying to make you feel better.
Go get him, Tiger.
Yeah, go get him, Tiger.
Look at that. There's some. So Tom, as you mentioned, I agree with you. I think SPU's NASDAQ kind of bottomed. That ratio's come in. Well, we all know that NASDAQ's underperforming SPU's about 17% beginning of last week. It seems like in the short run, I don't know. I looked at this rally on Friday. I'm like, this seems like, getting everybody stuck going in options expiration and running it up. I want to see tonight and tomorrow if this rally holds. If we can hold above 11,900, anywhere near where we are in the SPUs right now, 39, even 39.10. If we do, I think maybe we do have a little bit more upside on these. And I would honestly, I don't know your thoughts, but I'd rather buy NASDAQ here than SPUs just on the extreme.
Honestly, I don't.
That's my thinking. That was exactly my thinking.
I don't think it matters because, I just don't. I mean, you could argue the Russell is the crappiest of them all,
Not the last 4 or 5 days.
No, not the last 4 or 5 days, but
maybe on a percentage basis. I'm with you, Pete. I'm long NASDAQ. If I have to buy something, that's what I have. I have some NASDAQ futures that I got hung up on.
I always like to lean the same way as the bat. So that makes that definitely makes me feel good.
Let's see.
That may explain things that may, you'll have to explain that to your kids later on in life.
Auto loan delinquencies, highest since 2007.
Where'd you make the wrong turn? And they're like,
That's not good.
Lower Wacker Drive? Really? This is where you're living now?
Not good. Not good.
Always used to say to me, he goes, I could have been part of.
Is that just because of inflation?
That's a big problem.
People quit their job. I mean,
that's a big mess.
Oh, no.
I'm guessing it's just inflation. People are getting squeezed by inflation.
He says that to me all the time.
And also that they
the other thing I'm looking
probably
at is,
bought an expensive car,
which I think
when
around 1830, 1840.
the cocaine was
if
plentiful,
and
now it's not, and they're going through withdrawal essentially, to follow the analogy.
Yield curve is kind of, it hasn't expanded that much, but it's kind of normalized a little bit. If the pace of upward trajectory in yields has taken a pause, I think gold is something.
Subprime loans.
A bit overdone to the downside here, and this is kind of the same trade with the dollar here. Rates are not going to be tearing higher. Gold becomes a little bit more attractive to me.
I feel like it's a better idea to do cocaine legitimately than to get into a subprime loan.
It's the precious metals are really uninteresting to me. Okay. I don't see. I think if you're really looking for a place to go, I mean, I think the U.S. dollar is so much better.
I don't buy cars
I don't even think.
I don't finance cars. I don't like
And
loans.
you know, that's all. I just look at that as a
So
much
I've
better
never
trade.
had
I
a
think
car loan.
the market's going to rally. They're going to kill.
Don't
it.
really ever want to have one. I have no desire to have a new car.
I mean, buying the yen has not worked. I guess, you know, euro at
So-
105.
You're telling me, Pete. You took me down.
But that's a
Yeah, I
good
mean, well,
philosophy.
there's-
If you can't
know what,
afford to buy it
that's
twice,
gonna be my book. When I write my book, it'll
Don't
be all
buy
the
it.
ways I took Tom Sosnick.
I'm not. I
And
can't.
it's
I'm
like,
not going that
talk
far with
about
it.
your Encyclopedia
But
Britannica, it's
I
gonna
think
be
if you're
more issues than
paying cash for a
Chapter
car,
one. You just name them after
maybe
things.
that
Chapter
rule
one,
could be
the
waived.
I just rolled my.
Widowmaker, Chapter 2, copper
Chapter 2.
trading.
So
Bond notes. chapter 3.
We're just
Gold,
Pete,
silver
that's why
spread.
we're doing
Everything's
the
up.
tour, because we all have to get out of our system. But I just rolled
crude
my
oil
83
and
yen,
natural gas are
it's
down.
78, so
Volatility VIX is
And
down.
for me, I think the euros probably
where's
are
this,
interesting. If the dollar comes off, it's probably going to be euros and commodity currencies. Honestly, I wrestle with this, but I'd like to actually, if I'm going to buy something, I'm going to buy some euros, and I might sell some sterling against it. On a 2-to-1 basis, buying €1, selling £2. Pounds hung in there. I'm just if the
Gasoline
dollar has one more
futures
leg higher, which I don't know if it does or not. I don't mind buying
Staying
some
are
euros, buying some
up
yen, and
0.9%,
putting some
but
short pounds against them. So
it's hard to
Yeah,
see that
not
here.
to complicate it.
I need the pound to rally.
We would all love the pound to be back to 135, but I think you know what? I think euro-wise, there's a thought that we're going to see a little bit of rate normalization there. The sterling story is very different. So I think when we see this, if we do see a dollar sell-off, unfortunately, the yen just doesn't seem willing to
Dow Jones
participate in it.
futures.
So I think I think euros are the play. I do want the hedge of having some
Get that
short
one.
sterling.
It's
Okay. So what do you
Y
think about? Let's switch the gears. Go to some individual stocks.
Yeah.
YM.
What do you think, Pete? Looking at individual stocks.
You know what? I think, and maybe I'm wrong on these, but you look at Ford, you look at GM. I mean, Ford's down. I mean, a lot of stocks are down tons, but I'm looking at some of those automakers. I think are really, really cheap right now.
Yeah, they're all. I mean,
Right, they're incredibly cheap.
traditional Ford.
Talk about a risk-off type trade, though, Pete. I mean, Ford, GM. I mean, what? How about GE? Would you like to
GE.
nibble there a little bit?
No, but I'm just saying, I'm looking at stuff that's cheap. I mean, you can go ahead and
Yeah,
look
Hey,
at some
Ford
of
is
them.
really
I'm long GM, so I'm teasing you. I just
GM
put it out
GM
there
hasn't had an
today.
Let's do
uptick.
this.
GM hasn't had an uptick. This where is it now?
no
GM's
GM's 35.40.
Hasn't had an
Kick it off for
uptick
a
this
second.
year. Ford hasn't basically had an
actually see
uptick
this.
this year. And General Motors, I'm sorry, General Electric,
cheap.
which you just mentioned, Tony. The funny thing about General Electric is
Going back to
it
like
hasn't had an uptick in 30 years.
Yeah, no,
I mean, they just split. What did they split that? Was that a 10-for-1 or 12-for-1 reverse split or 20-for-1? Well, I don't even remember what it was.
I'll
They
look
just
it
did a
up.
reverse split to get it up to 100.
Right.
And now it's back to like 80,
Yeah.
but it can't buy. I mean, we don't even trade it. We never even talk about it.
Of
But
course, and
50.
I was just teasing.
let's
no, but I'm just
GM.
saying,
A 1-for-8 stock split.
1-for-8 stock split. Now it's back to the equivalent of $10. I mean, it's just
Yep.
back down to
God, it's a horrible
October
company.
2021.
You know, and the other thing too is I'm looking, and maybe
What about
I'm looking
GE?
at banks here because I think if we do
wrong
see
with
yields
GE?
stop rising, we're going to see a little bit of normalization in the yield curve, and that can help some of these bank stocks that have been beat up a little bit. So
A lot of these stocks are down to like
yeah,
October,
I think some of the financial stocks got to the point where
November
they're
levels.
a little bit grossly I shouldn't say grossly, but where they're a little bit oversold.
right.
Even though it's painful to buy, like, you know, I wouldn't buy Wells Fargo with your money. I mean, Citigroup and JP Morgan.
That's what what I was
to
looking
me,
at.
that's the
City.
least interesting trade in the world.
Yeah.
Talk about high beta stocks. You're doing
Tesla's
like
got to go back. You got to go back
to.
to last July for Tesla.
I'd rather go to you know, challenger banks and
I feel like
brokerage
this
firms
good-
and
I
anything
feel like-
more high tech. You know,
I feel like
that kind of thing.
when like
they're
this
cheap too.
really.
Yeah, they're all cheap.
Yeah, they're
I guess
all
I wasn't
marked
paying
down right
attention to
now.
individual
Yeah, relative,
stocks.
I mean,
I was
everything-
looking at
Yeah, no, everything's cheap.
trading the index.
Yeah, no, SoFi is relatively expensive compared to, you know, it was in the 5 handle.
Yep.
So that's relatively expensive on a. I'm happen to be long. SoFi,
Amazon,
big
you got to
deal.
go back to 2020,
Anyway,
April 2020.
but that's the group. All right, Pete. I think we're going to jump.
I mean,
and go over
essentially,
to
that's
John
right
and,
after
and
the
see what he's got to say. Hopefully
February, March COVID
he's okay.
lows.
I'm worried about him.
It was
Mr.
on that
Mr.
initial
John Ezzy,
rebound.
John Ezzy, are you there?
Thanks,
Okay.
Pete.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see what
What's
they
up,
talk about,
John?
but okay, yeah.
I'll get nothing to say.
All right, we're gonna get rid of those guys now. Maybe we'll come back to them, but for now. So oh, of course, Apple. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, you could make 250 tomorrow. For sure. How you going to do it? Ape oil. I don't know where the ape oil futures are. We haven't gotten there yet. We'll get to the ape oil futures. Super tramp. I like that. Little bitch. I like that. I like little bitch. I like that. Don't be a little bitch. I like that. Apple. Crapple. June 2021. What else we got here? Oh boy, Netflix. I'm just checking random stocks. So, just looking at random shit here. Netflix? Oh, you got to go back even further. Got to go back to it. Oh, wow. I have to change the scale. I'm going to put this on, like a quarterly chart. How about that? Quarterly, yeah, there we go. We can see it now. Stupid dividends. Or earnings and dividends. Yeah, you got to go back to October 2017 for Netflix at 183. Down from 700. Oh my God. Don't worry, he's not. He's most certainly not. I mean, I don't know if he is, but if history is any judge, if we can look at a trend of Boss Blunt's, was he right? You know, this time, all in the past. Going off that, I would say there is a 0 to none chance that he's right about June 3rd, 4th. But, you know, who knows? This could be where he really, you know, makes his clams. I don't know. But I'm just saying, if you're going off of Boss Blunt's accuracy in the past, I would be very cautious of that. But you know that. You know that. What about Affirm? Remember that one? That was a darling of the retail crowd. Actually enlarge this whole chart here just for now, so we can actually see it. Well, you know, I will be doing what they call eating crow, but you know, it's not. I probably won't buy a few shares of AMC. I won't do that. I would buy calls. At the time, probably, like calls that expired that week, maybe, and or puts. But you know, what would probably happen is if it did happen, I would probably miss it because I wouldn't be paying attention to it, and then you know, I would see it like in the reflected in the index or something, or you know, somebody would say it in Telegram. But you know, you can't go in there and say AMC is mooning or AMC MOAS. MOAS is here because, you know, nobody will believe you because it's just too much of a joke at this point for us. But I mean, these influencers have cried wolf so much that you know, we just make fun of it at this point. But affirm all-time lows. It appears to be all-time lows. Yeah, it is all-time lows. All-time lows for affirm. How about MRIN? That was another one that was a potential squeeze last year. And I'm just going to go back to weekly because this is just too... pretty much all-time lows. What about BBIG? Well, not all-time lows, but pretty goddamn sideways. I mean, overall. Last November, September, you had a squeeze, it looks like, of some kind. SoFi, and then we have SoFi fans in here. SoFi looks like it may, who knows, but at least it appears to be forming. This is a weekly chart though, so not a lot of huge moves there, no squeezy type of things. Yeah, Affirm was I think I was looking at a monthly chart, so when I say all-time lows, I mean for the month, essentially. Like this month is all-time lows. May, but it's yeah, it's still trading up in that range. What else we got? How about GameStop? Good old GameStop, the one that started it all, the one that took out the teachers. You GME apes. Wow. Okay, this is a weekly chart, but that is very unexciting to me, personally. That's an option trader's nightmare, I feel like. I mean, okay, this was good. That would have been good there. But just overall, drifting down. How about AMD? Delta. Went with the market for all-time high. Increasing volume last couple weeks. Choppy though. NVIDIA. Bit less choppy, still increasing volume. Texas Instruments. Or no, that's not Texas Instruments. What is Texas TXN? Less choppy still. Walmart. Oh. Be reversal with that candle there. Who knows? Crap. Robert Kiyosaki said this crash will be worse than 2008. Probably will be, because you have the apes to blame for this one. Well, they seem to think that people are blaming them for the crash, which, come on. And, you know, like, nobody's blaming the apes for this overall situation that the market is in. That's just absurd. That's narcissism, if you ask me. You know, from beginning of the year to now, that's not because of the apes. Now, having said that, Robert Kiyosaki, I feel like he always says stuff like that. He's kind of a hyper. But, you know, who knows? That's like, that's almost on this, almost on the same level as Elon Musk saying that Bitcoin will go to 90,000 next week on one of those fake live streams. It's not quite the same, but it's not that far off to me. And, you know, I just don't, that's the kind of stuff, when I, you know, honestly, when I see things like that, that makes me think opposite. Like when all these guys come out of the woodwork to say these things, you have to at least consider, you know, the contrary viewpoint, at least for the short term, like in terms of a rally. Too much into the economy, and I don't even know. I mean, yeah, some of stimulus, PPP, whatever. But you know, the liquidity that Wall Street got, the accommodations that they got directly, and let's be honest, the reason that happened was to pump up the stock market, keep the stock market inflated, pump up the housing market, increase demand. And hot demand. So artificially, right? But yeah, too much overall, and they should have started tapering it back last year. And the thing is, a lot of the states, because they're, you know, they were under the Trump influence, and Trump wasn't even in office. He was just a civilian grifter at that point. They started pulling the unemployment early. The federal pandemic unemployment compensation was supposed to go to September. And because, you know, I think Texas was the first state to pull it sooner. They pulled it in, I think, June. And then a handful of other red states did, including my state, which, you know, really hurt me. That really screwed things up for me, because I didn't have solid prospects in June, July, and August of last year, and I had no money coming in. So it was a big problem. Big problem. The problem is, you know, when they say, yeah, okay, this program is going to go to this date, and then because of political pressure, career criminals like Ohio Governor Mike DeWine, who has to be voted out this year. He has to go. He has to go. Not only for that reason, but because of the millions of dollars that he took in donations from Deloitte, the consulting group that quote unquote redesigned the Ohio unemployment website, which is a total joke. Complete and total utter joke. This website was responsible for hundreds of thousands of Ohioans having their personal information leaked to hackers. They got paid millions of dollars to do that system. This was after they quote unquote redid the system. So it's a scam, a total scam. Total scam. No bid contracts to major conglomerate consulting companies because he got personally tens of thousands of dollars of campaign donations. Total bullshit. Total bullshit. Mike DeWine has to go. I'm sorry to go on that rant, but you know, and it's not just Mike DeWine. It's every state. Practically, you can find this stuff. These figures are out there. Go to opensecrets.org. You can see all the campaign donations from every corporation to every politician. They're just in it to collect, just to get that money because they have to get that money. Otherwise, they won't get elected because we have a corporate political system. All right, that's the end of my rant. But so the point of all that was, what was the point of all that? Unemployment ended early for a lot of people. Not everybody, but some people in certain states, which again is also, you know, oh yeah, you people in Ohio, you don't need it because cost of living's low there. So you can just, you know, buy 88-cent loaves of bread, whatever. Not anymore. But while these states were pulling that unemployment early, all that money was still in the system. Everybody else, the elite, the oligarch class, Wall Street, the billionaires, they were still receiving the benefits of that. And it was after that, it was in the fourth quarter of 2021 that we saw the market peak. So yeah, it was a total fucking scam. It's disgusting. That's capitalism, though. The people who needed it didn't get it. Scammers got it. That's, yeah. That's what happened. That's what happened after 2008. That's what happened after COVID. I mean, we should be able to see this pattern, and we should absolutely say that we're not going to accept this. But what are you going to do? We have two corporate political parties that run on donations. Anyway, I'm not afraid to get political, I guess. All right, let's go back to the overall view here. Let's put this back on the VIX. Get back on the VIX on a low time frame. So everything opened up higher and it's going sideways / up. Crude oil. I mean, the thing is, it was already high. It started out at 110, but anyway, it's down, going down. Natural gas, who knows with natural gas? Who in the hell knows? And the VIX, hell knows with that either. All right. So I think we got a pretty good handle on this. What we're going to do now is we're going to check the ape oil peddlers, right? The ape oil peddlers. I like that one. I may have to use that, give you some royalties for that. So I saw a couple good-looking things here. Kevin O'Leary makes a shocking prediction. What do you think that prediction's going to be? Can we predict the shocking prediction? Something big about to happen in the next 15 to 20 days. Well, let's see, 7, 14. So he's talking middle of June, second week of June. That doesn't line up with Boss. Kevin needs to consult with Boss before he puts out these predictions. That's all I'm going to say. Boss Pro. Okay. Now, I'm going to play this, and I got to run over to my washer and dryer real quick while it's playing. So I'll be right back, but we got this.
Maybe we are in the, maybe 9th inning? In other words, maybe we have seen the worst when it comes to the price action into AMC. And from this point forward, we are in for such a rally, such a big rally, that will actually potentially finally cause this to do what we are all waiting this to do. Keep in mind, nobody can predict the future, but the reason why I'm saying this is because I want to share with you something really interesting. And it's interesting because not only is it coming from somebody that has a lot of credit, but also somebody that, it's also a huge investor, active investor in the market and crypto himself. So I'm going to share with you something that Kevin O'Leary, from Shark Tank, for reference, for those of you who don't know him. And he said something really interesting about in the next 10 to 20 days, a big company in the market might fall because they are over leveraged, causing them to actually go out of business. And he said something about something that may be interesting for AMC. So let's listen, and we'll definitely see what is relevant there for us. So here we go. Let me put this here.
Stopped all the time. I do as well by worried investors saying, I've just lost millions. How do we know if the bottom is near? Have we bottomed now?
No, generally a bottom, and I've seen this movie so many times before, is you need a big institution to go bankrupt. That always helps. I mean, you have to sacrifice an institution to get this to work, because then you get a dramatic flushing of equity positions as panic sets in. Margin calls are called in, shorts, are bought. They basically bought themselves in already, and then you get this big leg down. Usually it's 5 to 10%, and that is the bottoming process we need. Now, this time I was thinking it might be in the crypto space, but that's already been decimated, and so it may be something else, a financial services company, or there was some rumors about Coinbase that turned out not to be true. But you need somebody's offside somewhere on a leveraged hedge position. You just don't know who it is yet, and they're big. And we're going to wake up in the next 10 days, 20 days, and you're going to find out they're a zero. That's a good thing, and I'm waiting for that to happen because we're getting close to a bottom.
Okay.
There we go, folks. There we go. In the next 10 to 20 days, we might wake up and see a big name in the market going down to zero. Why? Because they are overly leveraged to the point where, with the market conditions right now, they will be like that. Okay, the only way out is to liquidate everything.
Yeah,
not only is going to be a good thing for the market,
research.
but
I just realized that's
I don't know for you guys, but that
on.
reminds me a lot of some of the big short sellers that are also here in AMC.
So we have a straw
if I'm
man.
following the logic from Kevin O'Leary here,
we have a
it
straw
kind of
man
makes sense
argument.
because
Great.
it reminds me a lot of Archegos, all right, and it also reminds me a lot of Melvin Capital. So since the beginning of this year, we've seen many hedge
Citadel.
funds from different sizes,
Citadel.
either closing doors or returning, the capital to the clients. Why? Because they were on the wrong side of the market. But right now, everything is on the wrong side of the market. You buy a stock today, it goes up to, maybe 2 or 3% because of a rally. And then even literally 2 hours ago, boom, if you're not out, your gains are out. And then it dips. And it's been the case since the last 8 weeks. So right now, the only people winning are people who are not leveraged. And again, it doesn't really matter because winning,
if you're leveraged to the downside,
doesn't exist anymore in this market. You might be winning today, right now, and literally the following hour, you are losing everything because the volatility is off the chart. Look at what happened in, Friday. Market were down more than 650 points at some point. And then 1 hour literally before the close, boom, everything went up to close in the green, flat in the green. That is losing almost 4% and gaining 3% the very same day in a matter of 2 hours. So that being said, if Melvin is already down and for 2 consecutive times I decided, let me, instead of going short, let me go long.
About that.
That didn't even work. So right now it's saying, okay, I'm sorry, I lost your money, guys. Here's the thing. Now, I'm not expecting this, based on, Mr. Wonderful comments. It might be someone here. It might be a big bank. It might be an investment bank. I don't know. It might be a hedge fund. It looks closer to a hedge fund because hedge funds here are companies that are over leveraged, and whenever that happens, they're going to follow the exact same path as we're hearing Melvin and all of these other hedge funds at the beginning of this year. Now,
my thing with this is if this guy is talking about this, if this guy and these AMC ape oil peddlers, if they're talking about this stuff, if they know that the hedge funds are over leveraged, what how in the world do they not think that the hedge funds know that they're over leveraged and have already been taking steps to hedge their positions, to protect their capital? It's not like this thing it's not like it happened all yesterday. This has been happening since the beginning of the year. So and what's happened now is, in my opinion, this is what seems to be happening, seems to have happened, or in the last week or two. Everybody has become very bearish. Everything is bearish, ultra bearish. And that's the way these things go. By the time everybody comes around to the idea that the market is going down, it's already gone down and it's about to go back up. So that's why most of these guys, this is totally worthless. This is not useful at all. Anything from the media, any second, third, fourth hand information from these grifters, it's totally useless. By the time it's filtered out to uninformed investors, they're going to get caught the way they always get caught, by going with the herd. And we try to go against the herd as much as it takes strong will and blocking out all these influences. So I'm not saying that I know what's going to happen. I'm just going off of the indicators, the social indicators, if you will, the qualitative indicators here in terms of sentiment. It seems like this is the shoe shine boy, not giving you stock tips, but this is the shoe shine boy telling you to sell. Well, take that for what you will. I did a video about this dude last year, and I like to do plays on words and things like that, and make poke fun at their names and whatnot, right? So where is it here? I got the thumbnail. I don't have the actual video, but I have the thumbnail that I made, and I'm trying to get it here, display it on screen, and I'll get it. File name was different. So it's the money game. You're out. You're out. You are out. 3 strikes. You're out. Moving on. Is that too harsh? I don't know. I used that thumbnail last year. Let me see if I can get the date. I made that image on 8/15/2021. August 15th is when that originally came out. So, yeah. Okay. Now, here's more 10 days FUD from Shield Talk Daily. Okay. Now, here's the Commander 35, who I really don't want to give him the benefit of a view, because he's just going to sit here and bash Chris Norland. But I guess we'll show some solidarity for Chris, and we'll watch the video that criticizes him, and we'll see if we can bring some clarity, right?
Streaming my vid. All right, go tell him to go fuck himself. He can go Master Lorian up his ass. Smack this shit out of a grown man calling himself a fucking
very
character
mature
in a Star Wars
This
thing.
is the image of a millionaire right here. Let me tell you, that's how millionaires act.
All right, so that shit's sweet as fuck. All right, but listen, I got about 3 hookers around the corner working the payroll. I heard one scream.
Very, very mature. This is the attitude of a millionaire. I mean, I mean that unironically, but they would never say something like this.
Down the fucking alleyway around there. I'm taking a minute and giving you a part of my time schedule. I got a little time slot here of time, about half an hour or less. Actually, about 20 minutes or so before I gotta head out and get to business. So now the main point of this video is Chris Nolan? Is this the Asian version of the Dark Knight director? I'm not sure, but apparently not. It's what it actually seems to be is just another copy of Strongman Personal Finance. One of these channels who makes their living off of shit talking and trashing famous YouTubers, popular movements such as AMC, Tesla, GME,
yes, that's what we do,
or any other people, any other stocks, anything that basically they can, attach themselves to and bring in some views, make a few $100s here and there, pump it.
Well, we're not monetized. But what did you do? And by the way, we're going to catch up with him on subscribers in not that long. So the day that we surpass this asshole, that will be a good day. And I don't care about subscriber numbers or views, but it'll still be a good day when this asshole, when this asshole, Scott, can say that, we surpassed this asshole. Assholes beating assholes. What are you going to do? We're all assholes. 5 months ago. Oh, really? 5 months ago. That would be, what, January, December? December, January? And what did you do? You latched on to Ape Father. And basically just went ad hominem on the Ape Father. Ape Father notwithstanding, it's a pretty weak basis for a channel, especially when you're sitting there, making fun of Chris and Strongman, whose name is also Chris. So the two Chris's and Scott. But you didn't mention me. But whatever. I mean, both of those guys, I'm not even talking about myself here. Both of those guys are evidence-based. Period. They look at the facts. So, this is just we knew that it was going to be like this. This is a child right here. This is a child.
Tens of thousands
He's
of
mentally unstable
views on their channel. But the thing is, it's like, you know what I mean? Clearly, Chris Nolan, whatever the fuck his name is shorting AMC.
Here it is.
Putting it up the ass. I know,
there
like,
it is.
literally puts right up fucking AMC's ass, like praying to Christ this shit actually goes to zero. When in reality, the stock ain't going nowhere. So regardless of what anybody says out here.
Do I need to point this out? I mean, it seems like pretty easy, low-hanging fruit here. Yeah, the stock's going nowhere. What the fuck do you think that we're talking about here? You're saying that it is going to go somewhere. There's no proof, no evidence for that. Everything that you mention as evidence is bullshit. We can disprove it with facts. Meanwhile, we're sitting here describing what's happened, what is currently happening, and what has happened. So this is an uneducated fool. Period. That's it. I mean, it's not even worth watching the rest, but it's kind of entertaining because he's so confident. He is so confident. He's such an asshole, such an inflated ego. Like, I guarantee, well, I better not say that, but it seems like this guy is basically an enhanced version of a keyboard warrior. Would he be this big of an asshole if you had a discussion with him in person? I mean, maybe he would. There are people that would be like that. But he's sitting behind his camera in his, shitty house, the shitty door. I mean, that looks like I don't even want to know what's behind that door. I don't. I'm scared. When you bring a gun on camera and threaten somebody with a gun and talk about their wife and children on a video that's seen by hundreds or thousands of people, that's just weak. It's weak. It's not funny. It's not cool. It's just pathetic. This is the AMC movement right here. This guy, this cretin, represents what the apes have become. A bunch of bitter fucking asshole losers. Period. That's what they've become. And this guy represents them perfectly. How's that, Antoinette? Was that for, stinging words or whatever you said? But that's how I feel. I mean, that's how I see it. And that's the conclusion I'm led to here.
AMC is a lucrative and financially sound business currently. So it ain't going away. It ain't going bankrupt. It ain't disappearing anytime soon. So that's something a lot of these people got to contend with and and realize that this shit ain't going nowhere. And fundamentally, this stock is worth 20, 30, potentially higher. So
no,
if people got
that's
puts
just you being a fake financial advisor.
You're about to get fucking anal pounded. You better get the fuck out of this shit quick, boys.
God, he's such cringe.
All right, so listen, I'll keep this short and sweet because I got to get back to my business for real. I heard my hooker screaming, one of my fucking hooks screaming around the fucking street. So I don't know if someone's. There's a lot of issues working.
I mean, if this guy actually does have, oh my God, if this guy actually does have, sorry, my phone was ringing. My train of thought got derailed. If this guy has like a girlfriend or a wife or something, and this is how he actually is, man, that just, and that there are guys like this out there. This is how people actually act. So who knows? But I mean, Jesus Christ, disrespectful fool.
There's like a long plaza of bars. There's like multiple bars back to back to back, and there's some raunchy ass fucking fishermen. My clientele, disgusting. But hey, it pays the bills. So hey, but listen. At least I gotta give personal strongman finance this credit. He's a fucking asshole piece of shit, but at least he is entertaining and he has some level of charisma there. Like he's got that particular kick to him. He's got something to him. Like that debate with Meet Kevin. that was pretty good. I liked how you laid down the law on that guy, because I used to be a fan of Meet Kevin a while ago, but personally,
Yeah, we know
lately,
you did.
I kind of lost all respect for him. But as, you know, Chris Newland, whatever the fuck, dude, you got no charisma. You got nothing. How the hell does this guy have 10,000 fucking 11,000 subscribers? Did you pay them? Did you buy them off like Richie? How did you got that? You got fucking 20, 30 likes on each video. Barely fucking popping 100. You barely popped 100 on that AMC video. Not even, it was like 80 something. Like, come on, guy. What is that shit? You buying fucking, like, are you doing a John Wick, Cuckwick repeat? Buying fucking shit to make it to increase engagement? Listen, buddy. When you get
the reality is here, buddy. God, this guy's such a fucking asshole. Like, what a dick. Look at that. He's got DSLs there. Good, nice DSLs. Look, cocksucker. The reason that channels like Chris Norland, okay, I can say it right because I'm not retarded, okay? The reason that Chris Norland's videos and my videos and Strongman's videos don't have as much views as your videos and the other AMC brain dead pumpers is because you guys have been pumping this shit for over a year. And you have literally planted these ideas in the heads of all these people. Now, they're basically fraudulent ideas at this point. There's no facts to back it up. So to sit there and criticize somebody and because their views are lower than yours, while at the same time, they're not sitting there just going 100% ad hominem and throwing in, oh, well, the fundamental value of AMC is 20, 30 bucks with no factual basis. It's just, you know, it's adolescent. It's adolescent. That's the best word. It's adolescent with his jizz-stained door back there. What a creep. Jesus Christ.
Don't out the ass when this shit fucking rips through the roof. Where are you going to run? Where are you going to hide, brother? I told you. I made a little comment to that motherfucker. I wrote right on that video, one of those videos. I said, where are you going to run? We're going to blow. The neighborhood ain't going to be safe. We're going to blow that shit up with fucking fireworks. We're literally going to have one of Lou's celebrations. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to personally run through that shit with ATVs, freaking AMC flag around my back, fucking honking shit, blowing a freaking megaphone. Woo! Fucking throwing pennies on your fucking lawn. Right through your
probably on drugs.
Rain and pennies, bro. So you better pray to the Almighty, whatever you fucking believe in, that AMC doesn't even go to a moderate high, a couple $100 per share, whatever the case.
We don't need to pray. Like, people who look for evidence don't fucking pray. They do research and they make a decision based on that, and they don't need to pray. You guys need to pray. Why don't you guys pray that it's going to squeeze and go to $1 million a share? That's where the prayers need to be sent out to. I mean, it's like this is low level shit.
If it does, all you people such as yourself are going to get a rude awakening, because I like to play, especially when I have access to quite a few funds. I get reckless. I get a little crazy. So
yeah, no shit.
We're going to have a hell of a time. We're going to have a celebration, a party.
Well, good thing that you're never going to have that money. You're never going to be able to go crazy. Well, you probably go crazy from lack of money, you know. But I mean, the thing is, you're just making an assumption. Everything's based on assumptions. Chris Norland is shorting AMC. Who knows if he is? Who cares if he is? Scott Allen shorting AMC. No, he's not. No, he's not. Scott plays either side, no matter what, you know, depending on what the stock is doing, because that's what you're supposed to do as a trader. You're supposed to identify the trend and fucking go with it and make money, whether it goes up or down. And you guys can't do that because you're long-only fucking retards.
In your front lawn,
Jesus.
And you know there's gonna be a lot of penny action. You know, fucking. I'm gonna get one of those dollar bill guns.
Getting a little fired up.
Two of them actually do wield that shit. But anyways,
not even because I'm taking it personally.
Shit. It's ass.
Because this is
and
so
it's clear
stupid.
That you're shorting AMC and you want it to go down so you can make your money. You want your views and you want your clout. All right, so hey, I can't knock a man for that. But listen,
yeah, you can. You just did.
Up your charisma game. It stinks. It reeks. Fucking take a note from personal strongman finance. Take a note. Take note.
Model 3.
That's how you do it right if you're going to be an asshole. You know what I mean?
My thoughts
But
exactly, my
as far as
friend.
you stink, you smell, you're boring. AMC is going to make money. And you know what I mean? So when it does, we'll see where you're going to run if you're going to have to get into
Okay,
protection
AMC's going to make money.
to save your own ass.
Good.
But until then.
Wow, what a fucktard. Oh my god. That was literally like a fucking toddler temper tantrum. Holy shit. Crack is a terrible drug. That is true. That is the truth. Oh my god. Yeah, this guy needs to be fucking removed from YouTube. I'm sorry. There's really no place for that shit when you're talking about fucking adult matters like money, the stock market, finance, and you're trying to learn and grow. Come on. Come on. Ken Griffin will probably do something like that, or he will, crash the internet, pay some hackers on the dark web, get some Nigerian hackers or, whatever, from Albanian hackers. And Antoinette, we said this. We've been saying this. We said this last year. Like, if these people ever did acquire wealth like that, it would be a disaster. I mean, in many different ways. But yeah, overall, just lock your doors. I mean, that you're gonna have probably 7.5% of these people OD on various drugs within the first 6 months. You're going to have another, 5 to 9% of people crash their Lambos and kill either themselves or pedestrians. Pedestrian deaths will spike through the roof from all the these people don't know how to drive. They don't know how to drive a Honda Civic. How are they going to handle a Lamborghini or whatever, what have you, a McLaren or whatever the fantasy du jour is? I don't know. It's just, Chris mentioned in a video that he plays both sides. Chris day trades AMC but doesn't hold a position overnight. Okay, so there you go. So, there we go. All you have to do, and I didn't see that because I don't watch all of his videos, but I've been watching them. I did subscribe to his channel after the last few that I've seen. And, but somebody here has seen it and can attest to this. So, I mean, this is not that hard. Not that hard. 686 views. And I'm just going to refresh it here and see if it went up at all. Win high-speed internet. I'm gonna talk charisma. There's Mr. Charisma right there. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Go fuck your mother. Okay, this is interesting. It just jumped by about, 50 views? And it got 2 additional likes. 728 views, 57 likes. It just gained about 50, 60 views in the time that we watched the video, and it got 2 likes, additional likes. So I'm going to venture out and say that, people don't really like this video. Some people are going to comment. They're the fanatics. They'll comment. And I would be willing to, I would put money on the fact that the comments here might even be 100%, but they are vast majority, probably 98 to 100% from dudes. You show me a female that would actually appreciate this, like this video, and I will eat my cat. No, not really. But I would be surprised if I see a female in here. I would be very surprised, and I'm not trying to be stereotypical or disrespectful or anything, but this is not universally appealing. I'm glad Frankie Mohammed said, I'm glad you got him. I've been seeing Chris anti-videos on AMC for views. He's got the Donald Trump, capitalize every fucking letter, every fucking word in the sentence. Good job, Frankie. Where'd you learn that? 3rd grade? Come on. Why do people do this? Why do people... Norland, yes. I just hope and pray Monday. Yes, Monday AMC reaches 1650. Hope and pray have no place in the stock market. I saw this clown making negative on Amy. No views and probably watching Go Fuck Your Mother. Look at all that stupidity in that language. You're giving him free advertising right now. Most have never heard of him, but now we're going to check their channel out. Honestly, you should not be calling anyone out yourself, and we're not related. I'm not related to this Mike Allen that I know of. If you didn't have the idiotic AMC community, no one would be paying attention to your channel either. I think the evidence is in you only having 1,500 subscribers. You can hardly ever get 1,000 views yourself, so I don't know why you're bashing someone for low video viewership numbers when no one watches your channel either. Maybe you shouldn't throw stones from your glass house. Ooh. Look at this. When the masked men from the dark web show up to your house at 3 a.m., where are you going to run? You better get your kids out of there quick. This guy needs to go. That's directly threatening somebody. What a total fucking asshole. Oh my God. Garbage. And you know, I mean, you could say he's trolling, whatever, but I think he actually is exhibiting, and I'm not a mental health professional, but I would say there's at least a 51% chance he's exhibiting some symptoms of some kind of mental disturbance, disorder, something. Like, this shit is not okay in my book. Like this, I would not want somebody like this to be associated with something that I cared about deeply, supposedly, and believed in. That would make a mockery of it. It would make a mockery of it. He shorts, you go long on it, none of this matters. Oh, I gotta like that other comment. Nobody liked it. I did. He shorts, you go long on it, none of this matters. The days to cover at 3, 21% shorts and cheap rates will not allow a squeeze. If that's the case, Con is the best buy in the world at 16 days to cover and 45% shorted. There is no volume to move the needle. It's another, you know, collection of good points. Thanks, but not needed. Luck and facts are two different things. I'm ready to buy your shares tomorrow. Oh. What facts? Where? When? Why? You've said nothing to valid. Wow, I like this guy. I like this guy. Wayne Danger. I approve. All over the internet. Facts. Here it is. Do some DD. Do some DD. You know what? I can't wait to fucking say that to the apes. And you guys know that this channel is not aimed at calling out these idiots, these uninformed investors here that spout this nonsense. It's about calling out these guys, the influencers who put this garbage in their heads. But just incidentally, if I may, because it's Sunday evening, I can't wait. I can't wait when they're all freaking the fuck out and I can sit here and say, well, do some DD. Why don't you just do some DD? It's all over the internet. What's happening? Yeah, just go to Scott Allen's channel. Go to Strongman Personal Finance. Go to Chris Norland. Do some DD, bro. Millions have. And that should be another clue right there. Millions of people going the same way. That's a herd. You all are sheep. or I prefer to think pigs, lambs to the slaughter. Anyway. Whew. Sorry to put you guys through that. Let's go over to the stock market. Comments on here. Ken Griffin said that what's going on is violating SEC rules. Yeah, he said that it's skirting. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong. I think he said it's skirting. It's something like that. Market manipulation. You know, it's essentially market manipulation. And you know, the funny thing is, even if it is, it's not working. It's not working anymore. Maybe it never worked. If you adopt Jeff Forbes' thinking, I'm stuck on that. I just still can't get over that. We're gonna have to go to his channel, see if he's got any new videos where he mentions any other deep truths. But there's you know, in my mind, there's actually a good chance that retail really didn't have much to do with this thing at all, except on the downside. It's possible. It's very possible. Okay, things are continuing to slide upwards. But energy also is now kind of sliding back up too. So we'll keep our eye on that. We'll come back over here. Been a long time. Thank you for all that. Hey, I said I'm sorry, okay? That's all I can do. That's all I can do. I don't have deep pockets like Tremaine Collins does. Tremaine Collins could just throw you 10 grand and say, "Oh, I'm sorry guys, here's 10 grand. You know, go buy yourself something nice." Welcome back to the channel, everyone. Welcome back to the channel, everyone.
Welcome back to the channel, everyone.
Welcome back to the channel, everyone.
Welcome back to the channel, everyone. Today I want to talk about what the Fed is planning to blame the current market crash on. I also want to talk about how these...
What did I say? I said this earlier. The apes think that they're going to blame the crash on them. I don't know if this is where he's going with this. I wouldn't be surprised, though. Welcome back to the channel, everyone.
Welcome back to the channel, everyone. Today I want to talk about what the Fed is planning to blame the current market crash on. I also want to talk about how these large hedge funds and other institutions are likely to receive bailouts and escape once again with their criminal activities. So stay tuned and let's make some money. And now I want to dive straight in.
Somebody should sue this guy.
So, we know the market is currently crashing. As of Friday, the S&P 500 officially entered that.
Again here, all of these bottom of the barrel fake YouTube influencers, fake financial advisors now have become bullish. Or, I'm sorry, have become bearish on the market. That's a sign. I'm telling you. In the contrarian's mind, that is a sign. Just hold on to that thought. Don't make any decisions based on that thought, but it points to something, I believe.
That bear market territory down over 20%. The NASDAQ has also been in bear market territory for some time, and again, as of Friday, was officially down over 30%. Similarly, in housing, crypto, and the bond market, we know that crypto is down over 50% from its highs, housing is starting to crack, and bonds are currently all over the place. Now, I'm sure that by now, you, the viewers, know that this isn't just some freak accident caused by the pandemic. Instead, it's as a result of these hedge funds and institutions being wildly over-leveraged and pumping the market over the last few years. Back in 2008, all they received was a slap on the wrist, some small fines, a giant bailout, and they were told to reduce their leverage on the housing market. So what did they do? These hedge funds and other institutions looked to other markets, aka the stock market, in which they could wildly over leverage. Many of these institutions are ridiculously over-leveraged, with rates even higher than 130 times to 1, using derivative products such as call and put options, swaps, and many more.
How's that going?
We know the reason the market is currently crashing is a result of these large institutions being wildly over-leveraged on the stock market.
He's making money with 35,000 subs,
higher and higher and higher over the last few years. But now as inflation
over the last few years, why do British people do that? He's not the only one who does that. That trail off at the end.
And the interest rates are being pushed up.
He does it at the end of every... Listen.
Market is starting to fall, and these wildly over-leveraged hedge funds are caught with their tail between their legs. Too late for these hedge funds to begin their deleveraging process because they're already too heavily leveraged, they're already sitting on significant unrealized losses, and they're approaching closer and closer to that liquidation and margin call point. As you'll see in a little while, Kevin O'Leary believes we need some major players to be liquidated and end up going bankrupt to cause the market to bottom out. But as I'm sure you've realised by now, when some of these giant institutions end up going bankrupt and billions, if not trillions of dollars are lost in the process, these hedge funds and institutions aren't likely to receive any of the blame. Instead, they're more than likely to receive bigger bailouts. Instead, the Fed will find something to pin the blame on and say, guys, these hedge funds and institutions didn't crash the market. This is what crashed the market instead. And I think I've just found exactly what the Fed is planning to pin the blame on.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Charles Payne tweeted saying, obviously the market is already...
Charles fucking Payne. One of the biggest shill fraud fucks on TV. God. I mean, I don't know, honestly, who's worse, Charles Payne or Tom Jims. Jims? Is it Jims or Jams? I don't know. Whatever the fuck his name is.
What the Fed is planning to pin the blame on. Charles Payne tweeted saying, obviously the market is already vulnerable, but this leg down was sparked by this headline. He tweeted saying the World Health Organization is set to hold an emergency committee meeting on potentially the new pandemic outbreak on Friday. Charles Payne said the last thing anyone wants to hear is the WHO or World Health Organization.
Yeah, the last thing anybody wants to hear is anything about public health. I mean, this is Fox News to the fucking bone right here. I mean, that is so fucking steeped in right-wing idiocy. Yes, I said right-wing idiocy. Fucking leave if you don't like that. Right-wing fucking stupidity. Oh, nobody wants to hear anything about the WHO and outbreak. Just give me the fucking, I'll just get the virus. It's just the flu. God, I mean, I swear to God, if we have another fucking pandemic because of these idiots, oh my God, what a disaster.
And outbreak in the same sentence. He followed that up by saying, I interviewed two brilliant medical or science guys that I know, and they assured me that this potential pandemic is not a big deal.
Trust me,
it's
bro.
Been around for decades, and he's not convinced. He asks, why is it popping up all over the world right now? Why is the WHO chiming?
Well, you're not a scientist, Charles. I don't know what you studied. Probably business. Probably business, marketing, who knows. Like, you're not an epidemiologist. You're not an infectious disease specialist. You're nothing. You're just a talking head who reads from a goddamn teleprompter.
And what is really going on? And Peter Sweden followed up by saying, just in. Belgium requires anyone with the new potential pandemic symptoms to quarantine for 21 days.
How terrible.
Here we go again. Now I'm going to tell you what I am and what I'm not. I'm a random guy that makes videos and puts them on the internet. I have a background in accountancy and I've worked for some high-level firms during my time. But what I'm not is I'm not a politician, I'm not a medical expert, and I'm not a doctor or anything like that. I'm not here to debate whether this potential pandemic could turn into a new pandemic. I'm not here to debate how dangerous it is or how dangerous it isn't, or anything of that nature.
Having said that,
but what I am saying is that it's an awfully convenient time to release information on a new potential pandemic, just as the market is setting a new leg down and setting new recent lows.
So you went conspiratorial. That's how you're playing this. That's how you're playing it. Okay. All right.
It wouldn't surprise me if the Fed is looking for an excuse
This doesn't surprise me.
to blame the current market crash on at a time when supposedly
Why
the
would
economy...
they do that? Oh my God. So why don't you tell me, Tom, that you don't understand macroeconomics without telling me that you don't understand fucking macroeconomics? Dude, the Fed is going to blame the market crash on the new pandemic, which is not really a pandemic yet. It might be though, but if it is, we don't want to hear about it. But the Fed is going to use it to justify the crash. I mean, what did they do in the last pandemic? They pumped the fucking market full of cocaine. Now, I'm not saying that if there was another pandemic that they would do that, but that would be a very strong case to abort the interest rate hikes or pause them or cool them out a little bit. Or maybe reevaluate. I mean, this is so brain dead. Jesus.
is strong. This is obviously a photo of Jerome Powell pushed on a backdrop of the S&P 500, showing all of the stocks in the S&P 500.
One thing's for sure. Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, we barely skated through this one. We barely got through this before everybody decided that they were done with it. And you know, like you said before, people that needed help couldn't get it. And the people who didn't need it just got fatter and got richer. And 13 new billionaires were created. I mean, this was a figure that I heard in last year at some point. 13 new billionaires were created in the United States in 2020. It's probably more now. I mean, it probably was more. Not now. Because, you know, it's really, it's fake rich. Because most of them most of their wealth is in stock. So Reverend Elon Musk is only rich if Tesla stock is overinflated. So he lost, $100 billion, whatever, probably more of his net worth, which just makes me giggle inside, because it's like, yeah, you were fake fucking rich. You're rich on your own stock. You're a master of promoting yourself, but I digress. If we have another pandemic, I think certainly a certain sector of the population will be done. They won't be able to handle it. Who knows what'll happen? It'll be bad. Whether it's because of that illness or whatever, or it's because of the social reaction, it will not be good. So really, we need to make sure that doesn't happen. Unlike last time, when we just basically let it happen right in front of our freaking eyes. I mean, I was hearing about it in January of 2020. And I knew, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a medical professional. But I educated myself about it, and I knew that it was probably going to become a thing that was going to affect us. I did not know it would do what it did, and that it would affect us how it did. But looking back, yeah, of course it did. So yeah, that would be a disaster. I really hope that doesn't happen. That's why, I try to be a responsible member of society when it comes to public health concerns. There's no reason not to. It literally affects everybody. Do your part. It's not that big of a sacrifice.
100
my
and their
soapbox.
current losses to date this year. And guys, be sure to sign up to Moomoo using the link in the description below to get up to 70,000.
This right here, this could be his downfall. This type of shit right here. Because he's receiving money for this. He's putting out garbage information that absolutely should be evaluated by the FTC or the SEC. And he is receiving payment for it. That may actually make him a financial advisor. And it may be complicated by the fact that he's not from the United States. So he's actually, I'm just speculating here, but wouldn't it be great if he technically were manipulating them, he was technically manipulating the markets as a foreign subject. Oh my God, that would be so good, so good.
And $500 in free stocks. Moomoo and
Anybody
Futu
know
have
any
also
lawyers?
officially
We need a
announced
lawyer
they
in
do
here.
not accept payment for order flow. And
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Google down 23%.
Okay, we already looked at all that.
500 could plunge to 3,000 points or below if the economy falls into a recession.
Hey, didn't you, Antoinette? Didn't you say the SPY was going to 300? There you go. Unusual Whales believes it too.
In the near future. Now you may remember that I've shown you this chart of the S&P 500 many times over the last few weeks, and I haven't yet changed any of the lines on this chart. We can see the S&P 500 is tracking this downwards line perfectly and has now fallen below that $400 level quite convincingly. I also drew this line around the $350 region, saying the S&P 500 could fall below this region, and at that point I'd start.
I'm about done with this guy. Kevin O'Leary. I kind of do want to hear his speculative diarrhea about this.
And that will be our bottom.
Nice audio situation there.
Yeah, this slow grind down is painful, and it will continue.
Yeah, let's hold it. You know, let's play a video that's somebody recording their screen. That's good.
And I think Kevin O'Leary really hit the nail on the head there. We haven't yet seen the market bottom out, and what we need is a large player, like a large hedge fund that's currently very over leveraged and currently in a lot of trouble, to go bankrupt and cause basically a final nuking of the market before it bottoms out. Now, I think secretly Kevin O'Leary knows there is a major hedge fund or a major player out there that is currently very over leveraged, that is on the edge of bankruptcy.
He's on TV.
A, he probably can't say, and B, he probably doesn't want to say because he probably doesn't want a cabal of billionaires on his tail. Now, I imagine it's going to be one of those heavily over-leveraged hedge funds taking risky bets, aka like Citadel, who are known for using leverage rates.
I was waiting for the last guy to say that, whoever that was. I can't even remember at this point. Oh yeah, the AC guy. Money game, you're out guy. I was waiting for him to say Citadel, but he didn't. But Tom doesn't disappoint. Tom said it. Yeah, good.
Over 8-1, and obviously shorting AMC and GameStop. Maybe it's a different fund that's using equally as risky bets or is using swaps heavily like Bill Huang. Maybe it's...
Oh yeah, hi, Hope for Generation 57. What's up? I just want to remind everybody, this is important. Mark your calendars. Mark your calendars for Mask Off Tuesday on TMI live. Okay. We want to make sure that we remember this. Mask Off Tuesday on TMI Live. We have to see if it actually is Tiger Woods or not. Goodbye, fried rice. Hello, fried chicken. Chappelle Show. Margin calls incoming.
It's a fund that's even larger than Citadel. But all that Kevin Leary
thanks for
knows
saying that. I need to set my watch. Now I can set my watch.
Certainly hedge funds on the edge of bankruptcy, about to go under. But also, as Nazim said, it's not just the stock market that's in a lot of trouble. Nazim tweeted saying housing foreclosures and credit default rates are rocketing to levels never seen before. He said this is just starting. And the US foreclosure activity sets post-pandemic highs in the first quarter of 2022. The US foreclosure market report shows a total of 78,000 US properties with a foreclosure filing during the first quarter of 2022, up 39% from the previous quarter and 132% from this time last year.
330 million people in the country.
And also, as Paolo tweeted, it's not just the stock market, it's not just the property market, but it's also the crypto market as well. Paolo tweeted saying Tether would likely to believe the USDT stablecoin that is purportedly backed by tens of billions of dollars of assets in reserves has only the best accountants and auditors in the world. Obviously, many of these large companies, these large hedge funds...
Okay, I want to point this out here. If the SPY hits 300, the US will have soup lines. I want to point out that here in Cleveland, Ohio, we still have, and then it's getting hard for them to continue to do it. But I have friends who still go to it, and I went to it a few times. There still is a major, like massive, you know, citywide food drive, food, what do they call it? I get the text messages each week for it still. You know, the food pantry giveaway. So they give you a box of food. And it used to be pretty good. You know, they gave you fruit and you know, all kinds of non-perishables and like a gallon of milk and orange juice and stuff. But that's still going on here, probably going on in a lot of places too. And it's still heavily populated with people. So it'll only get worse if it continues, or if, you know, if this comes to pass. But just pointing that out.
These large institutions and banks only use the top of the top accountants and auditors, aka the Big Four. Now, these are the largest 4 firms in the accountancy sector that outweigh all other firms by a clear mile. Most hedge funds and institutions only use these Big Four auditors or Big Four accountants because of their reputation and their ability to handle larger workloads. They don't just have 10 employees in a small local office, they have thousands and thousands of employees all across the US. But actually the truth for Tether is that their accountant and auditor for an 11-figure company is just a PO box. They don't even have a proper office. Now, the auditor for Tether is the Cayman Islands branch of MHA McIntyre Hudson. Now, McIntyre Hudson does have some presence in the UK. It's currently the 12th biggest auditor, which is a fairly small company, especially as they're largely only based in the UK and in the Cayman Islands. Again, you would likely expect one of the Big Four, Deloitte, PwC, Ernst & Young, or KPMG.
Okay, here's the thing. Remember I mentioned earlier the Ohio governor, Mike DeWine, who must be eliminated this year. Remember I mentioned that the state gave Deloitte a no-bid contract for the unemployment website in 2020, which went on to disclose hundreds of thousands of Ohioans' personal data to hackers because of poor design and security implementation. That's the same company. It's a major accounting, auditing, and business consulting firm, the #1. So they have a special place, you know, for me, along with Mike DeWine, but I just want to point that out. Yeah, they're probably, I don't know, they're not involved in this, who knows, whatever, but there they are. I have to
performing the audit of an 11
now I have
company.
Deloitte on my ass.
You almost certainly wouldn't be expecting a PO box in the Cayman Islands to be performing the audit of this giant company. I think this just goes to show that USDT is looking more and more and more sketchy as the time goes by, and it's likely that USDT could crash, potentially causing the entire crypto market to implode. So guys, be sure to leave a comment down below and to also ding that notification bell, because that way you'll be alerted when I upload a new video. Cheers.
I've always wanted to say this. For shizzle. Oh, classic. That's classic. I think that came out when I was in college, and it was it's every bit as funny now as it was then. But I'm not going to play it on this stream because that will get me my ass fried. Oh yeah, so Antoinette disclosed this earlier. She notified us that Andrew No Money said that Melvin got margin called. Now, we saw Shart the Vic say this too. He misinterpreted, he weaseled his way. It's a clickbait title. So, I'm sure it's going to be the same nonsense, but before we do that... The latest bounce. The latest. Let's hear the latest. Let's see the latest. So, we still continue to have this rising situation here. I'm telling you, it's a trap. I don't know if it's a trap. Could be a trap. If it's not, I mean, do we really think this will hold? It's just a matter. It's just a matter of time horizon on this, something like this. I think. Just my opinion. Lovely situation where we see stocks rising and energy, oil and natural gas rising together. See. All right. All right, Andrew, no.
Bounce already in progress. Are you part of it, and how are you going to be able to take advantage of the fact that margin calls are coming already? The rise and fall of Melvin.
To the beginning, because you know. Here we go.
The latest bounce already in progress. Are you part of it?
The latest bounce
how are you
already
going
in
to be able
progress.
to take advantage of the fact that margin calls are coming already? The rise and fall of Melvin Capital, you guys might have heard a couple of days ago, and how Citadel is responding. And finally, can Michael Burry's new positions give us an idea of how close those margin calls are? Let's find out. My name is Andrew. I'm a data scientist here in Silicon Valley. I want to give you guys some data. I also want to be able to take a look at these new positions that he has, both puts and calls and shares, but I also want to be able to talk about exactly where those stocks are going from the technical side. And then, of course, I'm going to tell you guys.
But he's got these algorithms that you can buy. Lux Algo Premium. It'll tell you when to buy and sell. Look at that. You don't even have to do anything. You can probably link it up with your brokerage and it'll do it for you.
Market is so firmly.
You can pretend like you're a high frequency trader.
Attached to Monday and Tuesday's price action. You might as well start calling Turnaround Tuesday right now. So, first things first for Meatball's sake. That's Professor Meatball. Right?
So remember, Tuesday, two things: Mask Off Tuesday and Turnaround Tuesday. We need a calendar. We need a calendar up. We need a shared calendar up in this bitch, so we can mark all these fake dates. Fake catalyst dates, fake events that are happening, supposedly. Like last week, when the common sense investor, common sense with a C investor, said that AMC is going to turn around on Wednesday and shoot up. Because it turned around and shot up on Wednesdays both other times. And then we can, you know, either have a laugh or a cry when it doesn't happen.
There, for those of you who don't know, slap that like button. Make sure it goes all the way up to 1,200. Comment out which one you are, and let's get started. First things first, you guys might have heard that Melvin Capital is now shuttering. Melvin Capital, the hedge fund hit with billions of losses in 2021 meme stock frenzy, has called it quits and will return investors' money. Let's find a quick timeline to see exactly what was its tenure, it being a company. The hearings. The full year so contributed to losses of 0.72, invested $2.75 billion into Melvin to stabilize the fund after its short positions, including against GameStop, contributed to losses of 30% through January 2022. We're getting real close to the end already, if you guys thought that the story was just starting. January 31st, 2021, Melvin lost 53% in January when its short positions on stocks like GameStop soured. Other stocks that rallied when Plotkin expected them to fall included BBBY, Bed Bath & Beyond, GSX, Tech EDU, and National Beverage Fizz. December 2021, the firm ends the year down 39%. And in April 2022, after the fund falls 21% in quarter one 2020.
Now, I'm just going to throw this out there too. Maybe we can watch it. Maybe we can watch a video that it'll explain a little better. But I've said before that, you know, these short positions were these short positions, they were based on a solid thesis, and you know, yet the hedge fund lost money because of whatever, you know, because of retail messing up the play. Well, sometimes people mess up plays for, you know, quote unquote, for other people. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't a good trade in the sense that it was a good idea. It didn't work out, but it was based on something that was, you know, pretty solid. And that's not just me saying this. This is, you know, I linked a video in our Telegram chat group the other day about selling covered calls. And it was from a channel called S&B Capital. One of the founders of that proprietary trading firm, which has a great YouTube channel, a lot of educational content, fantastic for option trading, trading in general, market information. One of the founders of that, his name is Mike Bellafiore, and he wrote a book called One Great Trade. It talks about that exact idea, having a thesis, and he says having a solid thesis, doing research, having it all set up, waiting for the setup, pouncing, and even if it doesn't go your way, he says that's still a great trade, even if you lose money on it, which is kind of, it's one of these contrarian type of mind fucks a little bit. Maybe I have that book here. Maybe I can pull it up later, or we can watch a video where he talks about it. But I've learned a lot from that dude. Really, really great just information. So I'm not, lost a lot of money, yes, but not because it wasn't a good idea necessarily.
2022, the firm considers shuttering down and starting a new fund with money that Melvin investors decide to reinvest. May 16th, Melvin doubles its stake in Amazon and reduces its stake to Live Nation Entertainment, according to 13F filings. And then finally, 3 days later, Melvin is said to wind down after its plan for a new fund gets negative feedback from investors. Nobody wants to invest with you anymore, Gabe. It's the truth. So now that we're looking at exactly what happened to one of those companies that sold GameStop short, unintended, let's talk about what Citadel's Griffin chides about exactly. Demonstrably false. Thank you so much for basically lying to the last drop. Michael Burry, you guys know him, he looks like this. The Batman. Michael Burry is best known as the protagonist of The Big Short, but he was famous in value investing circles even before that. After his huge success betting against the mortgage market, he took some time off and he subsequently restarted the fund. They have reported his positions ever since the new fund became large enough to require quarterly filings with the SEC. March 31st, 2022 was no exception. Here it is. The only position that he has remained since the first quarterly report at the end of 2021 is 300,000 shares of Bristol Myers Squibb. Now we have some brand new positions. We have this total value times 1,000. So we got 18 million in Alphabet. We got 35 million in Apple. We have about it's 18 million in Meta, and then 21 million continuing in Bristol Myers Squibb. So these are not all positive values. These are some of these are put options, especially the ones on Apple. So let's pay attention to the data. Here is a strong sell signal from the previous 3 days of trading on the 15-minute chart on Lux algorithm. Luckily, this tool gives it a easy perspective to see exactly where those stocks are. You can do this with stocks and crypto. If you guys wanted to get your own copy and just basically make money by buying the buy-sell signals and selling the sell signals. It's not financial advice, of course, but if you wanted to start off with it, you get 20% off with the code.
You got to be careful when you talk about who's the worst. I got in this trap last year because I'd say, oh man, this dude, he is literally the worst possible YouTuber, influencer, grifter that you could possibly have. And then I would go to the next one and say, I said that guy was the worst, but, really this guy's the worst. They're all so bad. It's hard to stratify them, but he is pretty bad. And I think, we looked at something from him last night, and we did a Benji threefer, and that was painful. But his videos are so short and, vapid. That's a good word for him, vapid. That they go by, they're like flashes in the pan, but we could tell, we could tell that he's the epitome, poster child for somebody who doesn't care. He doesn't care. He just goes on Reddit, finds a post that he can read 70% of, and he might have to skip 20 to 30% of it because it's so clearly wrong, and he knows it. You know, so he's not, even he doesn't want to be known for saying that. And he just reads it with no conviction, no life, no inflection. You know, it sounds like an ASMR video, where, you know, all the time in his microphone and shit. Like, yeah, he's bad. And what did I say? I don't remember what I said. It was something like something about Florida, because he's in Florida. You know, and you know, sorry, Manny. I know Manuel's in Florida, but he's in Miami. That's different. Excuse me, I had a coughing fit there. That's what happens when you make fun of people. They're going to take Apple down. Executive orders. You're an executive order believer, huh? What if I told you? I mean, I'm sure I know the answer to this question. Excuse me. What if I told you that literally every other parameter that could be different about those other two times, every parameter that could be different is different? Choking here. I'm choking up talking about this. Go ahead and play this, and so I can
Andrew, more money in the
hack up
description.
along
But
here.
first, let's see if it works. First things first, he bought a bunch of puts on Apple. We see that Apple has been on a down spiral with multiple strong sell signals and a continuing even after a bounce off the 132.67 level of support. So that is currently where Apple is right now, still on a strong sell signal, so it seems like Michael Burry won. Goog is currently having a bit of a recessive pullback as well. But you guys know that it is also facing that same tech bounce that a lot of stocks had at the end of trading day on Friday. So what Google has is it basically maintained its price action over the last few days in May, and Michael has a positive.
He's talking about a bounce. He's talking about a bounce. Okay, you know, I guess that's fair. But what does he think caused that bounce? He never said what caused the bounce. And you know, I'll give you guys 3 guesses. Well, that's fitting. Shorts are wrong, wrong.
All right, finally, Facebook. Now, Facebook, Michael, has bought a 80,000 shares, about $18 million worth of Facebook. Looks like Facebook was going to be a right choice, especially since Lux algorithm caught the buy signal right down here. That is how I don't even pay this the TradingView subscription. You don't have to use TradingView for free. Use Lux algorithm, which is the best. A buy signal here free, from $169 would have gotten you all the way up to a sell signal at the 220s. Beautiful. So once again,
I don't think they
with
can
all of these
Apple
stocks
stock.
now in perspective, we have a better understanding of when those margins.
Who's they here? You're not talking about the apes, are you? Or are you talking about they, the generalized they? You know, the Frank Mohammed they. Which, by the way, I didn't mention this on the stream. I said I was going to, but you know how I am. We watched a video by Frank Mohammed last night. And, you know, see, they want to, and it's all about they, them, they. 82 times. He said they or them a combined total of 82 times in that video. And we know who he's talking about. The hedge funds. The hedge funds. So just to follow up on that, I said I was going to count them, and Microsoft Word counted them for me. 82. Now, we're talking about the apes here, so I don't think the apes can do anything. I don't think the apes can do anything anymore, if they ever even did. But I mean, Apple is so widely traded and held, and if you come over to this site here, oh, I'm sorry, you know, to make it more realistic. Let me make it more realistic, okay? There you go. There, that's more realistic. When we come over to this site here, asshole, me. They got 16 billion shares in the float. So I don't think the apes can put a penny-sized dent in that, really. I don't, you know, personally. I could be wrong, but
calls are coming, when exactly are stocks going to struggle, and when exactly are future hedge funds going to fold and shutter. So if you like this video, please, for Professor Meatball's sake, sleeping in the corner, slap that like button.
Okay. So yeah, so we had our bounce, an uncredited bounce. Talking about other stocks. Okay. Red box, don't believe the lie. Who's Paul Thomas? Paul Thomas Investing. Why is there McDonald's on there? By the way, has anybody been by a McDonald's lately? I went by a McDonald's the other day, just on a whim, and I was shocked. I was shocked at the prices at my local McDonald's. I haven't been to a McDonald's in over probably 2 years, probably since before the pandemic, and I was absolutely shocked. I was absolutely shocked. Take that, but I mean, the first part of that, I'll take that. This, I could do without. I could do without that end. Yeah, Apple's going down, and that has to be because it's being shorted, and only the apes can save it. Yeah, that must be it. You know, but it all depends on what the Lux algo says. Lux. So it's deluxe. It's so deluxe. It's luxurious. It's a luxurious algorithm. Lux Algo Premium. Only, I don't know how much, but I think it's a subscription. All right. It's kind of fun to watch these German videos. I speak German, but you know, put on the English subtitles if they have them, and just to see like what they're saying in, you know, another country. Auto translate it over to English or Esperanto. I always thought that's funny that certain versions of Linux have Esperanto as a language you can choose. Ubuntu has that. Okay. and I can turn down. We'll probably turn down the narration.
Hi Leute und herzlich willkommen zu einem weiteren Video zu AMC und GameStop. Wir schauen uns heute wieder die Charts der beiden Aktien an, bevor die nächste Handelswoche startet. Des Weiteren schauen wir uns aber auch noch die PayPal-Aktie an, denn ein Abonnent hat mich darum gebeten, mir den Chart anzusehen und meine Meinung dazu zu äußern. Darum, wenn euch das Ganze interessiert, bleibt auf jeden Fall bis zum Schluss dran. Über einen Daumen nach oben würde ich mich wie immer sehr freuen und kommentiert auch sehr gerne unter dem Video. Fangen wir mal wie immer mit AMC an, und zwar auf dem Tageschart. Unter meinem letzten Video hat ein Abonnent darunter kommentiert, dass ich bitte darauf schauen soll bei AMC, dass wir uns genau vor einem Jahr in den gleichen Preisbereichen bewegt haben. Ich habe auch schon gesehen, dass der ein oder andere YouTuber darüber berichtet und deswegen besonders bullish ist, weil wir uns eben im gleichen Preisbereich bewegen. Und zwar geht es um diesen Preisbereich hier, in dem wir uns natürlich aktuell befinden. Wir haben ja heute den 22. Mai, und wenn wir ein Jahr zurückblicken, das war genau dieser Bereich hier. Auch hier haben wir uns ungefähr auf den gleichen Preislevels bewegt, und zwar im Bereich zwischen 12 und 13 US-Dollar. Und damals war es nämlich so, dass wir hier Ende Mai diesen starken Preisanstieg bei AMC gesehen haben, weshalb vermutlich auch der ein oder andere jetzt besonders bullish ist und sich erhofft, dass es genauso zu einem starken Kursanstieg kommen wird. Warum man mit solchen Aussagen aktuell eher vorsichtig sein sollte, zeige ich euch jetzt. Und zwar
I'm going to show you that you should be more careful at the moment. Oh, see, get surprises here in our German friends. They are very, tend to be a little bit methodical and calculated. Okay.
Dass es hier wieder zu einem kleineren Squeeze kommen wird, so wie es das letzte Jahr war. Allerdings ist jetzt natürlich die ganze Wirtschaft und die Finanzpolitik
and the financial policy is now completely different than it was a year ago. If I had the time code, I would tell you to rewind it and see when I said this just a few minutes ago. But this is interesting.
Als wir die Märkte nur nach oben.
Also interesting that we haven't heard a single English-speaking YouTuber say this, at least not lately. Trey might say something like this, but he still finds some way to weave AMC in there, bullish. But yeah, the markets were going up last year at this time in general.
Rennen gesehen haben. Aktuell befinden wir uns ja auf den Märkten in einem Bärenmarkt. Darum sehen wir auch eher fallende Kurse, und das wäre schon mal der Punkt Nummer 1, warum man mit dieser Aussage sehr vorsichtig sein sollte. Des Weiteren haben wir natürlich auch charttechnisch eine ganz andere Ausgangssituation aktuell. Denn wenn wir hier ein Jahr zurückblicken, als wir hier diesen starken Preisanstieg hatten, sehen wir ganz klar, dass wir zu diesem Zeitpunkt uns in einem Aufwärtstrend bewegt haben. Das heißt, von hier unten bis hier oben sehen wir ganz klar, dass wir hier immer höhere Tiefs und höhere Hochs formen. Und an dieser Stelle haben wir dieses symmetrische Dreieck gebildet, ein bullisches symmetrisches Dreieck, weil wir ja hier aus einem Aufwärtstrend nach oben kommen, in diesem Dreieck konsolidieren und somit mit einer größeren Wahrscheinlichkeit nach oben ausbrechen, weshalb es dann auch hier einfach auch charttechnisch Sinn gemacht hat, dass es hier zu weiteren Preisanstiegen kam. Wenn wir das Ganze mit der aktuellen Situation vergleichen, sehen wir, dass wir uns ja seit dem letzten Allzeithoch in einem klaren Abwärtstrend befinden. Das heißt, wir sind in einem...
That's true, but we can get this. We can tell that this is, not a brain dead bullish take. So that much comes through. But he is being a lot more straightforward. Because, and I have to think, I don't want to get into a big cultural discussion, but just, use that as a thought springboard and say, but
klaren Bärenmarkt. Das Ganze kann man natürlich auch schön mit den Moving Average Linien
contrast this with Rico, you know, and he literally copies the lines from now and superimposes it on that last May and says it's exactly the same. Oh, it's going to do the same thing. I mean, like, really, I mean, it's like 180 degrees difference in terms of what's being said here. And, you know, this probably is bearish, but it's bearish, you know, as a result of him doing the analysis. So it's not that he necessarily was going in with a bearish bias. He's coming to that conclusion, and he's demonstrating that, which is, you know, what you should do. But, you know, compare and contrast Rico, who, you know, we know he has a bullish bias, and he's going to make something look bullish. And that's the fraud of the AMC pumper YouTubers, ape oil peddlers. I mean, I'm so glad that I'm not going to watch the whole video.
Nämlich,
watch the
dass
AMC
wir
part
hier
here.
vor einem Jahr uns in einem Bullenmarkt befanden, und zwar auch mit den Moving Average Linien. Wir sehen, die rote Linie ist die 50er Moving Average Linie, die blaue ist die 100er und die grüne ist die 200er Linie. Die Zahlen 50, 100 und 200 sind jeweils die Kerzen des Charts. Da wir uns hier auf dem Tageschart befinden, sind es dann bei der 50er Moving Average Linie die 50 letzten Tageskerzen. Bei der 100er sind es entsprechend die letzten 100 Kerzen und bei der 200er sind es die letzten 200 Kerzen. Und charttechnisch gesehen ist das immer so, dass wenn die Linien sich in der richtigen Reihenfolge aufstellen, also die jüngste ganz oben, danach kommt die etwas ältere, die 100er und dann die 200er darunter, dann sind wir in einem klaren Aufwärtstrend oder anders ausgedrückt auch in einem Bullenmarkt, und dann ist die Wahrscheinlichkeit natürlich deutlich größer, dass es zu steigenden Kursen kommt. Wir können das Ganze auch mal in der Vergangenheit anschauen, wie das bei AMC in der Vergangenheit aussah. Wir haben ja hier unseren Chart seit dem Jahre 2013, und an dieser Stelle sehen wir, dass die Moving Average Linien sich schön in der richtigen Reihenfolge aufgestellt haben. 50, 100 und 200, und dementsprechend 50, 100, sehen wir hier einen klaren Aufwärtstrend. Das Ganze dann so lange, bis die Kerzen irgendwann die Linien wieder unterschreiten. Wir sehen, dass dann nach einiger Zeit die jüngste Linie, die ältere kreuzt und so weiter und so fort. Das heißt, die Linien wechseln einmal die Reihenfolge, und dementsprechend sehen wir die älteste Linie ganz oben, die etwas jüngere darunter, und die jüngste Linie, die 50er Moving Average, sehen wir dann unten. Und das Ganze spricht für einen Bärenmarkt oder eine Bärenphase, was wir auch hier an den Candlesticks sehen. Und zwar ist der Preis seitdem gefallen, bis es wiederum zu einem bullischen Cross kam und wir uns wiederum in einem Bullenmarkt befanden. Das Ganze kann man also bei jeder Aktie beobachten. Schaut es euch gerne mal auf TradingView an. Das Ganze jetzt aber übertragen auf die aktuelle Situation. Was ich euch damit zeigen wollte, ist, dass wir uns im Mai vor einem Jahr in einem klaren Bullenmarkt befanden. Wir hatten also hier an der Stelle einen klaren Doppelboden. Wir sind danach nach oben ausgebrochen, hatten einen sehr starken Impuls. Danach kam es natürlich zu einem Abverkauf, weil der RSI einfach überhitzt war. Darum war es auch ganz normal, dass es hier zu einem Abverkauf kam, weil die Aktie hier erst einmal wieder abkühlen musste, und wir sehen, dass als wir die Moving Average Linien wieder geretestet haben, dann kam der nächste bullische Impuls, und wir sind sehr stark gestiegen bis zu dem letzten Allzeithoch. Jetzt ist es aber eben so, dass wir uns auf dem Tageschart in einem Bärenmarkt befinden. Wir sehen ganz klar, wie sich die Linien hier wieder aufgestellt haben. Wir haben die 200er ganz oben, die 100er haben wir da drunter, und ganz unten haben wir die 50er Moving Average Linie, was also, wie wir in der Vergangenheit gesehen haben, immer für einen Bärenmarkt spricht und für fallende Kurse. Darum, wie gesagt, wäre ich mit dieser Aussage hier sehr, sehr vorsichtig. Man kann die aktuelle Situation bei AMC, also obwohl wir uns in den gleichen Preisbereichen befinden, keineswegs mit der Situation vor genau einem Jahr vergleichen. Wie gesagt, es ist nicht auszuschließen, dass es in diesem Bereich zu einem Squeeze kommt, aber charttechnisch gesehen muss hier aktuell einfach einiges passieren, damit der AMC-Kurs wieder bullish aussieht und ich dann sagen kann, dass ich charttechnisch davon ausgehen kann, dass wir mit einer größeren Wahrscheinlichkeit steigende Kurse sehen. Aktuell ist es einfach so, dass die Wahrscheinlichkeit charttechnisch gesehen für einen Squeeze eher geringer ist. Das einzige bullische Zeichen, was ich bei AMC auf dem Chart aktuell sehe, ist diese
chance of a squeeze from a technical standpoint is pretty low.
Bullische Divergenz. Wir sehen nämlich auf dem RSI bilden wir auf dem Tageschart Higher Lows, also höhere Tiefs. Der Preisverlauf von AMC bildet aber von hier aus gesehen tiefere Tiefs und das Ganze nennt man eine bullische Divergenz und die bullische Divergenz spricht eher für einen Ausbruch nach oben. Das Ganze haben wir auch schon in der Vergangenheit bei AMC gesehen. Wenn wir einmal in diese Bereiche hier reinschauen und zwar im Jahre 2020 sehen wir, dass wir von hier aus im September 2020 tiefere Tiefs mit dem AMC-Preis gebildet haben. Wenn wir uns jetzt aber den RSI anschauen, sehen wir, dass wir von hier aus immer höhere Tiefs gebildet haben. Und das war an dieser Stelle auch diese bullische Divergenz. Und was haben wir danach auf dem AMC-Chart gesehen? Ja, ihr wisst es, wir hatten hier den starken Preisanstieg.
This is more actual technical analysis, I think, than I've ever seen on an AMC.
Und dann befanden wir uns in diesem bullischen Dreieck und dann ging es noch einmal nach oben. Darum ist das aktuell für mich das einzige Zeichen, was ich bei AMC charttechnisch gesehen als bullish werte. Schauen wir uns mal an, was seit meinem letzten Videos auf den kleineren Timeframes bei AMC passiert ist. Im letzten Video habe ich euch gesagt, dass wir diese aufsteigende Linie nach unten durchbrochen haben. Wir hatten an dieser Stelle einen Retest, weshalb ich euch gesagt habe, dass ich kurzfristig gesehen wieder mit eher fallenden Kursen bei AMC rechne. Und genau das war hier jetzt auch der Fall. Wir konnten uns also nicht in dieser gelben Box halten und wurden von hier aus weiter abverkauft, weil wir eben diesen Aufwärtstrend nach unten durchbrochen haben. Jetzt fragt sich der ein oder andere, warum es denn hier zu einem kleineren Preisanstieg kam. Wenn wir hier einmal die Fibonaccis ziehen, sehen wir nämlich, dass von dieser letzten Preisbewegung, dass wir uns hier exakt wieder am Golden Pocket befinden. Und ihr wisst ja, es ist in den meisten Fällen so, dass wir im Golden Pocket eine Gegenbewegung sehen, weshalb es auch hier zu einer Gegenbewegung gekommen ist. Wichtig ist jetzt natürlich, dass wir dieses Golden Pocket weiterhin halten und nicht nach unten durchbrechen, also keine Kerze darunter abschließen, sondern von hier aus wieder steigen werden und im besten Fall ein neues, höheres Hoch zu diesem Hoch setzen können, denn dann befinden wir uns charttechnisch gesehen wieder in einem Aufwärtstrend. Was man hierzu aber noch sagen muss ist, wenn man hier etwas genauer hinschaut, sieht man, dass sich in diesem Bereich ein sogenanntes Gap gebildet hat. Der AMC-Preis hat also zum Kursabschluss am 12. Mai bis zur Börseneröffnung am 13. Mai hier eine Lücke gebildet und es ist oftmals so, dass solche Lücken vom Chart geschlossen werden. Darum wäre hier nicht auszuschließen, dass wir in der kommenden Woche diesen Bereich hier füllen werden, auch wenn das Ganze nur mit einem Kerzendocht stattfindet und das Ganze von hier aus dann wieder aufgekauft wird. Wie bereits erwähnt, wäre es also wichtig, dass wir das Golden Pocket weiterhin halten und hier aber mit einem Wick diesen Bereich schließen könnten oder vielleicht sogar sollten. Was passiert aber, wenn wir das Golden Pocket nicht halten können, also unter einen Preis von ungefähr $11 fallen und dort einen Kerzenkörper abschließen? Dann sieht es nicht besonders gut aus. Wir wissen, dass unser letztes Low in diesem Bereich bei $9,71 ein wirklich extrem wichtiges Low ist, welches wir auf jeden Fall halten müssen. Ich habe euch ja schon im letzten Video erklärt, warum dieser Preisbereich so wichtig ist. Gerne zeige ich das auch in diesem Video noch einmal, und zwar, wenn wir hier etwas weiter rauszoomen und unser BPDR einschalten, sehen wir, dass genau in diesem Bereich am meisten Volumen gehandelt wurde. Darum wäre es extrem wichtig, wie gesagt, dass wir die $9,71 halten, und genau das wäre auch unser nächstes Support-Level, wenn wir das Golden Pocket nicht halten sollten und es hier in der nächsten Woche wieder zu einem Abverkauf kommt. Sollten wir eine Tageskerze unter diesem wichtigen Preislevel schließen, dann muss man ganz ehrlich sagen, dass es für AMC sehr, sehr schlecht
ist. The candle closed below this level here for this volume profile range, or bar, it's likely going to continue to go down, because that means that you have dealt with all of the remaining orders in that range. So if you've passed through it, there's a lot of times what you see is kind of a trading sideways and then out one way or the other. And if he's saying if it closes below this range, then it's going to be, he has to honestly say that it would look very, very bad
aussehen würde. Und dann kann ich mir auf jeden Fall vorstellen, dass wir hier Wochen, Monate oder vielleicht sogar Jahre brauchen werden. Das heißt, dann könnte es zu einem weiteren Abverkauf in die einstelligen Preisbereiche kommen. Und dann bräuchten wir hier, wie gesagt, Wochen oder Monate, um hier einen festen Boden zu bilden, ein neues bullisches Momentum aufzubauen und hier früher oder später wieder nach oben auszubrechen. Aktuell aber befinden wir uns hier auf dem 1-Stunden-Chart erst einmal weiterhin in einem Aufwärtstrend. Darum müssen wir erst einmal schauen, was denn die nächste Woche bringt. Kommt es hier zu einem weiteren Abverkauf, dann müssen wir hier in diesem Preisbereich, wie gesagt, auf jeden Fall aufpassen. Wenn wir es schaffen werden, in der nächsten Woche in diese gelbe Box wieder reinzukommen, diese gelbe Box zu erobern, zu retesten und ein höheres Hoch zu meistern, dann können wir hier charttechnisch gesehen wieder von steigenden Kursen ausgehen. Wie sieht das Ganze bei GameStop aus? Auf dem Tageschart hat sich seit dem letzten...
Alright, so that's where we'll jump off the Deutsche Express there. But that was, you know, that was actually eye-opening, refreshing. I'm glad that we looked at this. And I wasn't going to do it actually, and I thought, you know, whatever. We're going to do it. I've got one lung left over here. Jesus. Okay. Oh, somebody said they like Benji. Here we go.
I just searched who owns dark pools. What in the actual F? Citadel owns a dark pool too? So search.
What? Oh man, are you kidding me? Who owns dark pools? I love when they do this. I love when they search for something on Google and just show the Google suggested content and take it as, you know, the fucking gospel. I love that. Citadel owns the dark pool. God, how do they? I mean, is this post literally from a year ago?
Who owns dark pools? What in the actual F? Citadel owns a dark pool too? So go ahead, guys. If you're a little bit newer on here, no problem at all. Welcome. But search this on Google for yourself. Also, while you're there, search who owns most of the media. You'll be greatly surprised. One of the most prominent dark pools is run by Citadel Securities, owned by Chicago billionaire Ken Griffin. Dark pools typically pay brokerage firms for the order flow they receive. It's shocking, it's gross, but it's real, guys, and things need to change. A couple new tweets to go through. First off, State Board of Administration of Florida Retirement System.
Actually, I've been looking into that too. Payment for order flow and high frequency trading, and I'm not ready to. I'm not going to talk about it yet, but there's some very interesting things that I've found regarding just why it's kind of ignorant to just say things need to change and payment for order flow needs to get banned and yada yada yada. It's kind of baked into the market structure in a way that I really hadn't explored. But we'll do video on that or live stream concentrating on that sometime. National Amusements has an 80% voting majority and also owns the major company Viacom, the company behind Paramount Pictures, Comedy Central, MTV, Nickelodeon, BET, CMT, and VH1. Is that what he wanted us to see? I don't know. I mean, National Amusements. They also have theaters, right? National Amusements is a theater company. They also have theaters. But you know, that's I don't know. It's from Harvard, but I don't know when this is from. I mean, sometimes these blurbs that they put there are older and they're not updated, and media is very conglomerated, and it tends to get more so. There's National Amusements. Okay, like, why did it pull this? Why did it pull this here, literally from number 7, in the middle of a paragraph? Why was that the top part? See, this is exactly what I'm saying. That's actually perfect. That's a perfect illustration of why Google stock is way overvalued. And why you can't just you can't ask Google a question and take whatever it says at the top without looking at where it gets this from, because this is literally not the top information here. So yeah, but that, not surprising. Okay, anyway.
Holds over 4.9 million worth of AMC, filed today at an average cost of $36.54 per share. And what's crazy is that the Florida retirement system is not the only pension fund. So many of them, so many American pension funds are tied in with AMC.
Well, it's because
are they loaning out to shorts?
They buy everything
Unlikely.
In the market.
There have been precedents of pension funds moving away from lending. So we know for a fact that many different pension funds that have for a fact been loading up on shares of AMC stock. Now the question remains, of course, why are they buying shares of AMC? And why are they spending so much to buy shares of AMC? Are they buying up shares to let...
Oh, how... Average price too is bullshit. That's something that Fintel calculates. It's not, literally not. You don't know what price they paid for it. You only know what it was valued at the end of the quarter, which was not $36.54. So they take the previous quarter and the new quarter and they average them together, which that's not a valid way to figure that out, really, because you don't know when they bought it. So it's literally averaging two prices that were reported from 2 different quarters. So
them out, which
don't
this
put
thinks
don't put any trust in that.
Or do you think perhaps they're buying shares of AMC to do exactly what you and I are likely doing, to wait for the squeeze and to buy into shares of AMC because
Probably
we have reason to believe
not,
that
no.
it's completely undervalued currently? Let me know what you guys think down below. But if you want to stay up to date with everything else that's going on with AMC, because trust me, guys, there's a...
Okay. That cleared out. That cleared out some viewers. Good. Liquidating apes. I don't even think I can do this. It's talking about Melvin Capital. Oh, look at Lou talking about post squeeze plays again. He's been talking about this shit for a year.
What's going on, my silly motherfuckers? Fucking Sunday morning. I fucking crashed out yesterday. I had some coffee and I said, fuck it. And then we'll talk to you motherfuckers in a couple of hours anyway, so that live stream disintegrated into fucking madness. All of a sudden, I was like, motherfuckers are like bringing Tupac and Biggie into this. I'm like, somebody said about Poltergeist and E.T. All right, here's my deal. One, Poltergeist wasn't freaking me out, like, for real. Step away from the light. It's like, shut up, yo, bitch. I gotta give a fuck about that. Fucking step away from the light, step to the light, step away from the light. I'm like, whatever that shit. Even when the motherfucker, like, started, like, biting the chicken and started fucking.
All right.
Go down. Like, I didn't give a fuck about nothing. Where's that little white chick? I don't know. And anyway, I rest her soul. I heard she passed away. In the entire cast, clown, like, what kind of parents?
Yeah, what kind of parents? That's a question I have. That is a question I have. What kind of parents? ...
Bitch.
Jesus.
You can't make fun.
He's still fucking around 3 minutes in an 8-minute video. He's still horsing around.
Like serial killers, you don't have them.
That's,
you
efficiency. When high-speed internet. Yeah, when you take it off 720.
In a strange way.
You can't be running 720. Way too high
Step
resolution.
away from the light. So the live stream was to tell you motherfuckers.
Literally halfway through, he starts talking about something.
Once AMC does have its run, notice when I said when, not if. When it has its run, time to settlements are probably going to be bigger, larger amounts of money, especially with the motherfuckers we're dealing with. We're probably only going to have, I believe, 1 or 2 plays
This is some hope for a generation here.
And that's great.
This is for hope for a generation.
Before they put some type of like stoppages to us, and they could do it on the other side.
Hope for a generation.
They could just turn around and just, you know, do the magic fuckery. You know,
who says that we're not accommodating
orders,
here?
Delay, order not fulfilled, your account's being reviewed, or shit like that. So I think somewhere along those lines. So, you know, money coming in, it goes up a couple of bucks, sell off.
Oh,
time to
you know
settle,
what?
3, 4, 5, 7 days.
Lynn turned me on to this channel that does AI conversations. So it's two instances of an AI that are having a conversation with each other, and it's pretty cool. Now, I recently found the website. Well, I don't know if it's the website that channel uses, but I found a website that has an AI script generator, and you basically feed it a little bit of information, and it will generate a script based on what you give it. It'll go out and, you know, do its AI thing and come up with a script, and you can change the parameters, the length, the complexity, you know, all that kind of stuff. And I just had this thought, well, I mean, I've been playing around with it. Truth be told, I forgot about it until just now when I thought about listening to Lou here about how this sounds like it could be one of those AI generated scripts. Because what is he actually saying here? What is he actually saying? You know, I know I skipped half the video, but he literally was just horsing around making jokes for 4 minutes. And when he's been talking about something else for 5 minutes, or for 1 minute here, from 4 minutes to 5 minutes, and I couldn't really follow it. So as I was listening, I was like, yeah, this sounds like one of those nonsensical sounding AI scripts. So I'm gonna see if I can get one going here while we listen to this, and see how it compares. And see if we can say nothing compares to
money
you,
comes in your account, you hit something
or
else,
not.
yada yada yada. So
maybe he's AI.
That's
made
what
by
it was all
Grimes.
about. And I was saying, okay, I can. It's time that you guys motherfuckers start deciding.
By the way, did you see the Elon latest drama from Reverend Elon Musk? Said he challenged the so-called accuser to describe what she saw. I mean, that is what is wrong with that guy? What is wrong with that guy? Nobody wants to think about that. If she doesn't want to think about that, she's already, you know, likely scarred for life from it. Anyway, what a
which plays you're gonna hit if you're gonna stay inside. So like for me, I'm already in sundial, so but obviously sundial heavier for me. MMAT and then red box, but I got to decide what I'm gonna do, red box or MMAT, which one in which order, just because of which one goes up or down.
MMAT.
The BBIG
another
might
one.
be there also, but it's like a little basket. I'm gonna reach in and pull one out, but it all depends on time to settle and where the prices are at.
That is way too much.
And where I see the winds going, because I'm not holding for shit. There's like nefarious things coming on the market. Step away from the market. That's the kind of shit I'm gonna be telling people. How did they even find that old lady? Like, for real. If anybody could have been Puerto Rican in that staff, it would have been that old lady. Bitch is confused, telling people to step into the light, step away from the light. What was that little girl's name? It wasn't Diane. I don't know, she was just creepy. When that old chick just showed up at the door. She left like a boss, like, yeah, what's up? I fucked the devil up. I'm out of here. Wait a minute. I just realized something. What happened to did the black dude get bit? Something happened to the black dude. I don't know what it was. Motherfucker showed up there.
I think you're right.
Once again,
see,
I
now
know
he's back
guys
to
cannot be real.
He's got like 2.5 minutes of actual stuff that's not talking about a movie or whatever the hell he's talking about. And I think you're right, Model 3 dude. I think that because the YouTube algorithm, and I've been watching videos about how to, how to get more views and viewers and stuff. And that's the one thing that a lot of people say is not to have your videos long. And a lot of people do less than 15 minutes or less than 10 minutes. Some even try to do less than 5 minutes. But generally speaking, because you're going to get more people are going to view the whole video then. Whereas if you have a 6-hour live stream, you're going to get average views. And like, I think I looked at it last night, it was like 30 minutes, which is, don't get me wrong, that's good. Like, I can't believe on average people stick around on a live stream for 30 minutes. It's kind of a long time. Like that would be a long video to watch, but it's obviously it's live, but so yeah, you're probably right about that. So he's probably like, okay, my target is 8 minutes, and he pretty much hit it on the dot. And he's got like 2 things to say, like, you need time to pick your post AMC squeeze plays, and he just said he has or he's trying to figure out MMAT or whatever the other one was, what other crappy stock it was. That's all he really was going to say, probably. And then the rest of it is just, goofing around. Yeah, it's a good formula, I guess. I don't even want to think about that, Antoinette. Oh my gosh. That's what she said. That was the description. That was the script. Allegedly, hypothetically, supposedly. Allegedly, hypothetically, supposedly. To quote my man in the kitchen, Katie Grace. She said, Elon said, hey, if you saw it, describe it. And she said, okay, less is more. Allegedly, hypothetically, supposedly. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, you are definitely a trooper, man. Model 3 dudes, like, I think you were in the whole damn stream. Well, from whenever you got in, which was in the first hour yesterday, you were here until the end. Oh man, I'm gonna buy you a beer someday. I'm gonna have to do that. AMC stock going down, going down. All right, we got to look at the market and see how this market bounce is doing here. Yep, continuing to move in the same direction. Who even knows with these energies anymore? I mean, natural gas, though, that's hovering around the all-time highs. Well, at least recently. I don't know if it's the actual all-time high, but oh yeah, I guess it is. So that would be $8.99. Huh. Is that a coincidence or what? $8.99 and 6 thousandths. 8.996, and it's currently at like just over $8. So it's it's pretty much in that range. Anyway, great. Good thing we don't need to run our furnaces now. That's all I gotta say. But hot water heaters. Hot water heaters. So we got, let's see, the Russell's 1.16, the nasty NASDAQ is 1.27, and the Spider, well, the SPY, the ES futures, S&P 500 futures, 1.04. So the leader of the pack here is the NASDAQ today on the futures on Sunday night, which I guess doesn't really surprise me because this thing, and that's why I've been trading it lately, but that thing, that darn NASDAQ, that darn National Association, National Association of Securities Dealers Automated Quotations Market. It's a mouthful. That's a Commander 35 full. Okay. Now, I like to see what's going on in Reddit from time to time. This is where the real DD is. Yes. Oh, here we go. We're so close, apes. Never forget just how truly desperate they are. They're so desperate that they would burn down a building. Ken did this. Ken Griffin, hypothetically, supposedly, allegedly, did this. I don't know that there's any evidence for that. I mean, there certainly was not any evidence at the time. I don't think any evidence has been shown for it. But once these things get into the narrative, and we got to talk about narrative economics sometime, economic narratives, you know, that's it. That is it. It's over. It's over. They won't. I don't know. I don't know if it's actually physically possible, like in a molecular sense. I don't think it's possible for these things to leave the narrative at this point. And I said this, something, I didn't say that, but I said, last year, I said that once these things get wrapped up into the narrative, it's it. It doesn't matter. They don't need proof. It'll never be doubted or discarded. It will always, it's now it's part of the thing. And that is scary. It's dangerous. And it's just, it's, you know, it's bad. It's just bad. Not good. But I don't think on a, like a chemical level, like I'm talking about like chemical bonds, like covalent bonds and double bonds and all that, you know, those things from chemistry, the things that literally keep the molecules together. I don't think it's possible for these things to be separated without, you know, some kind of like analogous thing to electrolysis, like for example, you know, breaking water into hydrogen and oxygen. It takes energy to do that. Like, you know, you have to basically put electricity through the water. And in this sense here, with this stuff, I don't know what the electricity would be, because losing 70% of your money is not shocking enough. I don't know. Would it be some of these AMC grifters, you know, like this guy? Well, no, he's small potatoes. He doesn't matter. He's literally just barely, you know, he's like twice as many as this channel has. It's not that much, because this channel's not that much. But one of the, you know, and it doesn't even, they're not even the big YouTubers. I mean, they're MIA, really. Like New York Angelo is probably the biggest one on this list here. That's probably got the most views, 14,000. I think it does in the last day. But I don't even think it would matter if he went away. Like if he got removed from YouTube, would that have any effect on anything? If he got, let's say he got indicted, or he got fined by the FTC like the warrior trading guy did. I don't think it would have that much of. I mean, they would rally behind him for sure, but I don't think it would cause people. It would just be like another reason that the squeeze is going to happen. Even if they came out and with a detailed 100-page report outlining how he's manipulated and promoted misinformation, I don't think it would do anything. It would just be another. They would twist it around. So I don't know. Again, I don't know what could possibly, even Aron coming out and saying, guys, there's no naked shorts, there's no synthetic shares, there's no evidence for that. Even that last year did not dispel anything. In fact, it probably made him think that even more that it was true. There's no hope for this community that I see. I don't know. I mean, I don't see it. If anybody can come up with a molecular force that can right this thing, I don't know. Let me know. But what would it take? YouTube censoring all AMC content. No, because that would be another clue. They're trying to get us. They're trying to keep us away from it. They're trying to tear our community apart because they know that we're holding and that we're not selling. That's what it would be. I know that's what it would be. Let's see. Are we green tomorrow? I don't know. It's a wait and see, I think, type thing right now. It's always a little bit nerve-wracking when the futures are up. Yeah, nothing's open right now. Well, I guess Japan is. So Japan's up just under 1% so far. Australia's open, and Australia's marginally up. Not that this is a predictor of, what will happen here, but just to put it in context, globally. So everything else is closed right now except for, what is that, Bangladesh, Bermuda. Bermuda's up 2%. So Bermuda's got the Bermuda bounce going on there. Then the BSX. But it's always, it's always a little nerve-wracking. You never know when the futures are up. I mean, there's a lot of time between now and 9:30 tomorrow morning, basically 13 hours. So at some point, other Asian markets are going to open. Europe will open. And, that'll have some push or pull on it. So that would, I usually check it in the morning when I get up before I go to work, and I watch Bloomberg and, I can see what's going on and check this out and check out over here on Thinkorswim and just kind of try to get an idea. But, but by the time, from the time that I leave for work at 6:30-ish Eastern and get to work and kind of get my day started, 7:15, 7:30, there could be a big change already there. So I don't like to put too much trust in it. But like I said, when it goes up like this, in this futures opening and overnight, whatever, it's always, a question. Is this real? Is this bullshit? Is it going to hold? Is it going to continue? Or at some point, like 4, 5 a.m., we see this a lot too, 4, 5 a.m., 6 a.m., there's some type of reversal, so it starts going the other way. So that's when the pre-market of our market opens 4 a.m., and now we're not in the futures session exclusively. Now, stocks are trading too in pre-market. So then that's going to change, because this is just an index here. And it's future prices on an index, on the index. But then when it opens at 4, you have the futures of the index. You have the index itself, or the SPY, I don't know if the SPX trades then or not. I forget the actual S&P 500 itself, but you can't trade that. You trade the SPY. So you can trade options in the SPX. But anyway, see that reversal, and then when the cash market opens at 9:30, then it's like, okay, well, what's going to happen then? That's extremely volatile. So you have to wait for that trend to kind of settle in. At least that's kind of how I look at it. So there's a lot of steps, a lot of steps, a lot of stepping stones in between now and tomorrow being green or red. So it's hard to say. But those are some of the things you can look at. Just take a look at it. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that. And maybe get an idea. But then again, this market could do whatever the hell it wants. This market could do whatever the hell Ken wants it to do. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's not Ken ourselves. You could see it, trade back and forth in a range, up and down, 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 and then it could shoot up or down. Or you could just see it shoot up and continue, you know what I mean. So I wish I knew. If I had to guess, though, and I really don't like to, but I guess I will. If I had to guess, I'd say that probably tomorrow is going to be green. Just based on the overall totality of the situation. Not because I think that the stock market is done going down. I don't think it is. But in the short term, maybe we see a lot of short covering or quote unquote margin calls or forced liquidations, whatever. But then again, if it's already up from where it was, it gapped up, that could also be a lot of times, not a lot of times, but sometimes you see a gap up. You see a gap up, you see a gap and go. It gaps up and continues going. And then at some point, it reverses. Sometimes you see a gap down, a gap and crap. You can't see it gap down and continue to go down. Or you see a gap down, a gap and fill. So it's too early to know. But it's not necessarily a bad thing that we see this up. We see buying. We see some buyers stepping in, as they say. So, I don't, and we can see in this one here, I have a few moving averages on this. This is the Russell 2000. The crap stock. Nah, just kidding. Small cap. But, small crap stock. Small crap index. What was this? 13. The golden line is 13. The magenta line is 48. And the blue line, cyan line is 200. So, and this is a 1 minute chart. So, it's not really the best to use there. But, you can see here that the short-term moving average is the golden one. So we've seen that cross over the midterm. So I have a short, medium, and long. And it goes from yellow, magenta, cyan in terms of length. So we see the shorter term one. This is the one that's going to be most responsive to the price. It's going to change the quickest because it's the shortest. It's taking the last 13 bars and averaging them to get the point it's at here. And then the previous bar is taking the so every 13 back from where it is. I don't know why. But you know what I'm saying. So we saw that cross over this midterm and the longer term. So, that's indicating a fairly substantial upward move. Is it an uptrend? Is it going to hold? This is from Friday here, and this is today. the midterm average, the middle average is curled up. So with more upward movement here, this magenta line will continue to move up, and then it will go up over the 200 of the long term. So then you'll have the short, medium, and long in that order from top to bottom. If you have that and they're all moving up, and then the price is also moving up, then you might have an uptrend, right? So here, something like this here through this area, but you know, of course you have pullbacks. You're going to have pullbacks. Nobody said there wouldn't be pullbacks, especially in bear market rallies. I mean, that looks fairly, you know, strong short covery there. It's probably, you know, some of what's happening. But then again, we also see that on this 15-minute chart, we see this RSI, you know, max out the top, you know, it could fall, but it could also stay up there. Just because it's up there doesn't mean it's, and this is a stochastic RSI, so it's a little bit different, but it's basically the same. It's just a little bit more responsive. It's a little bit more, I don't want to say smoothed out, but it's yeah, it is what it is. This momentum indicator here, this TTM squeeze, so you can see how this relates here. When we have a strong downtrend, we see the dark red bars getting longer, and when we see a weak uptrend, we see the light red bars getting shorter. And then when we see a strong uptrend, we see green, dark green getting bigger, and then light green getting smaller will be a weak downtrend. So that's kind of what it's entered here, at least initially, but these are, you know, it's not really, it hasn't really moved that much. And this is taking, you know, some calculations based on the bars, but, and we look at, well, there's not really that much volume here to look at, is there? But of course, you know, we're seeing the price go up, we're seeing more buyers and sellers. Or if you're an ape, you believe, you know, you could say the Citadel algorithm is letting the price run. They're letting it run, right? Ape terminology, baby. Kenny's letting it run. He must be getting some tonight. He's letting it run. He's not watching his computer. So anyway, that's the Russell 2000. Nobody here trade. Well, I don't want to say nobody does, but now, you know, S&Ps. So long story short, I don't know. But you gotta be ready. Be ready. Okay, Reddit. Ha! He thinks retail will fold at $10 per share or under.
Long ago.
Fold.
But, you know, they're holding on to GameStop. Look at that, green. They're holding on to AMC. I think those are good bellwethers. When you start seeing every single day and AMC falls, you know, significantly below 10, then you know retail has capitulated, and it hasn't yet. Now, again, history says it will. Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of time. And then that's going to make this downdraft, what we have now, much, much worse.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. We were talking about Target a moment ago.
So history says that it will. The apes say they're bucking history. I don't know. You know what? I don't think anybody does. But hold on here. Got an idea.
Long long ago. But, you know, they're holding on to GameStop. Look at that, green. They're holding on to AMC. I think those are good bellwethers. When you start seeing every single day and AMC falls, you know, significantly below 10, then you know retail has capitulated, and it hasn't yet. Now, again, history says it will. It's just a matter of time. And then that's going to make this downdraft, what we have now, much, much worse.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. We were talking about Target. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, let's see. What say you? Is it showing up there? Yeah, there we go. Will the apes capitulate and accelerate the downdraft on AMC/GME/meme stocks in the chat window? Yes or no? Just click the yes or no. And we'll come back to that, but I mean, y'all know what I think. See, this is what it is. They pissed on you, and they said it was raining. Hey, nice Jeep. And Griffin has said in an interview, holding stock outright long is likely to be a punishing experience. Okay. After he said it a few days ago, I've been thinking, for who did he mean? Well, he probably is talking about anybody holding long positions, because that's the market's going down. My 7-year-old and I both had MOAS dreams last night. What is a 7-year-old doing thinking about this? I mean, I would have to say that is irresponsible, personally. To burden an innocent child with this nonsense is really deplorable. Can we use that? Are we allowed to use that word now? Deplorable? I don't know. I'm using it, damn it. Oh, so the 7-year-old has no idea about the investment, or that we referred to apes. Okay. Well, that's some, yeah, strong mental bond. Still weird. I bet the 7-year-old does know. I bet the 7-year-old does know, because I don't necessarily believe in the mental bond thing. In dreams, I don't know. You know, there's a good I got a good thumbnail for this too. I got thumbnails out the yin yang here from last year. I don't have the videos to go with them, unfortunately, but I do have the thumbnails. And I got some good ones. Surrender Dorothy. But the problem is I have to find the, I don't know what I titled the file. Not the greatest. I've gotten a lot better, but I'm thinking of too many images in my pictures folder just called LOL, like LOL underscore LOL all lowercase, LOL all uppercase, all LOL with one uppercase L. I'll have to look for that later, but it really is good. And it wasn't something, I mean, I just lifted it. Wyckoff Mining was exactly like AMC a year ago. AMC CEO Adam Aron. Thanks to the support of all our new investors, Wyckoff Mining now has the financial means to unlock the huge potential. Yikes. I don't know what this means, but my anomaly detection for AMC Entertainment Holdings looks at key technical metrics relative to it's wrong. It's wow. Wrong. It's yeah. To it is history for AMC Entertainment Holdings to identify unusual. Like, this was made by an ape, obviously, because I don't know any self-respecting financial services company that would allow such a, middle school type of English misuse there. I don't know. That to me, that kind of stuff matters to me. It matters to me because it's unprofessional. I'm sorry. I just, I can't help it. I know how to write, and that's just, it just screams either ignorance or haste. Probably haste. Typos happen. I understand, but still, like, it's the first word of a line too. You should see that. Okay. Accumulation distribution is extremely depressed. OBV is unusually elevated. Well, they love that. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's not really anomaly detection, is it? It's just indicators, just describing where the indicators are. So, there's a problem right there. They're on T-Mobile. And they got 1 bar of 4G, so who knows? I think MOAS is very soon. Here you go, Antoinette. Here's somebody that thinks so. Putting on their tinfoil hat, though. Yesterday, decided to drive around and go to a couple different places. I decided to stop at Taco Bell. And they tell me it was cash only because none of the Taco Bell's nationwide credit cards or debit cards was working. Stopped at a gas station. Same thing there. And I started to overhear people complain about how they weren't able to use their debit cards at Lowe's, Walmart, Dairy Queen. I think there's a lot of banks that have liquidity issues because the biggest problem that your body was having is that you couldn't use your debit card. So, MOAS tomorrow. Clearly, that's what that means. The math there adds up to, if you do the math, it adds up to MOAS tomorrow. I don't think I can edit it. Can't edit the poll. Because a man at the movie theater yelled, "Invest in AMC," but I'm not sure who Michael Myers is. Now, really? Okay, it's really what this is really what this says. But is it really true? I think the answer to that is about as split down the middle in probability as this poll is here. I couldn't even pay my utility bill last night either. Their system was down. No, you couldn't pay your utility bill because you didn't have any money. But yeah, just go ahead and say that the system was down. Yeah. I bought gas 2 hours ago with my card, and then here it is. You had a higher spending limit. Everyone else make out on credit card or debit at 0. I don't even know what too many stock buying. At least that was my issue and declined. Okay, trying to be funny. I paid all my utility bills online just today, and there was 0 issue. So these types of things are not necessarily nationwide. A lot of times they're regional. They happen in an area, you know, or with one particular credit card provider, you know, that's used here or there. So it's, I mean, I can tell you right now, this has nothing to do with the MOAS, right? I mean, I didn't need to say that. But whether it actually is true, whether it happened or not, I had that happen when ordering Papa John's last night, cash only. See, this could just be Reddit bullshit. This could all be bullshit. All these guys, it could be like a copycat situation where this guy, maybe this original poster, maybe the OP actually had this happen. Maybe it happened at one place, but they hyperbolized it and added all these others. Because that's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stores, they're saying. Now, do they all use the same credit card processing company? Probably not. Probably not. There's, you know, half a dozen that are used. Probably more than that. So I'm smelling a bunch of hyperbole and bullshit here. Also, you know, there is the issue that this is a bunch of people on Reddit talking. Nobody has provided any proof. Although lots of reported downs for Visa yesterday. You know, here you go. That is called a credit card processor is down. Swiping cards at retailers doesn't affect banks. Sorry to burst hopium. Spent 20 years in grocery IT. So there's somebody, you know, fucking busting the bubble right there. What hopium? OP just discussing something strange that he noticed. How could you could provide your genuinely valuable input without being a jerk, you know? How are they being a jerk? They were just stating what's happening. These people, now, they put on a facade of cool, calm, and collected, but I tell you, I tell you, these people are on edge. There is no way. Okay, there is a way. It's called the internet. It's called Reddit. Sometimes they're assholes, but they are so fast to jump down each other's throat. And it didn't used to be this bad. It didn't used to be like this as much. So, I mean, just based on that one comment right there. They're at each other's throats. They're like cats and dogs, or brother and sister. I'd do anything for you, Grandma. Sell your AMC shares. Crazy bitch. That's funny. Now that's funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny. The government, whoa. The government EBT system went down and those people went crazy and just started stealing the food. Yikes. That is some wild shit. Best Buy earnings. Tuesday. Oh, Tuesday. That's 3 items. What did he call it? No Mask Tuesday? Mask Off Tuesday? Mask... What did he... I can't even remember now. Whatever. No Mask Tuesday. Oh, what also is Tuesday? AMC's going to run. Who said that? Somebody said it was going to run on Tuesday. I already forget. And Best Buy earnings on Tuesday. It's a triple threat Tuesday. Wow. MOAS Tuesday. I'm calling it right now. T3 Tuesday. That's it. I just figured it out. Well, that might be a good place to wind this damn stream down. I'm just kidding about the Tuesday thing. Although it is interesting though that there's there are three relevant events, and Adam Aron did say the shorts are wrong. 3 times the float. Okay. Sounds like a plan, huh? MOAS is upon us, apes. If you think it will be an easy climb to the top, think again. I encourage all of you to be greedy. Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, holy shit. So the good thing about, and I don't usually advocate this type of learning, you know. I mean, Antoinette is an actual educator here, but I'm not really a fan of the learn from a bad example strategy. I don't think it really works. I mean, maybe it can, but in general, I think it's better to learn something that you should do, maybe first at least, rather than what you should not do, because I'm not a psychologist or a professional, you know, at all, but at least for me, there's something about like the first association, what you're told first, and you know, our brains are, I think, not so great at kind of keeping those things separate. So if you hear, you know, I encourage you all to be greedy, and I'm trying to say you shouldn't be greedy, you know, and I sit here and say, okay, look at this. This is a bad example. Do not do like this. I encourage you all to be greedy. That's not how we want to be. I feel like it's not a great way to learn. That's just for me personally and what I've observed. It's better to learn from a positive example, I guess. There's probably in like professional teaching and pedagogy, there's some type of way to express this that's much more eloquent, but you know, you should learn what it is, not what it isn't, kind of thing. And once you learn what it is, then you know what it's not, because you already know what it is. So, but notwithstanding that, it is a really good example. It's a cautionary tale, if you will, like of all of the worst investing psychology pitfalls, traps, you know, trap doors, booby traps, rug pull situations, all that stuff when you look at this. Because we talk about not being greedy, you know, and taking profits when the profit is there, when there's something there that you could be, you know, like, yeah, I feel good about this. Yeah, I would have liked to have made $4,000 in that contract, and maybe it will run to $4,000. Maybe it would. But I will take $400. I'll take a $400. I'll take a 400% profit, or whatever it was. And I'm not going to worry about what it could have been, because then you're going to start thinking, well, next time I should do this and that. No, you shouldn't. Don't be greedy. Nothing about this play has been quick or easy. Could have told you that. They aren't trying to avoid MOAS anymore. They're just trying to lessen the damage. They are going to pull every trick in the book to get us to sell at low prices. I've heard a lot of people say once it starts ripping, it won't stop. I'm calling bullshit on that. Right now, everyone said when it ripped to 70, everyone said that when it ripped to 70, and look how many time video game stock ripped last year. These crooks don't play by the same rules we do and can literally pull bullshit out of thin air. When MOAS happens, it stands to reason that it won't be over in a single day. Me or anyone else can tell you how long this will last. Okay. I think there's a negative not missing in here or something, but me or anyone else can tell you how long this will last or how high it will go. What I can say is it won't be quick. There will be rifts and valleys. Rifts, like a chasm, like a canyon, a rift, a break, separation, I don't know. And valleys, there will be times where you see the stock drop like a rock and trading halts that will make you think it will be over. What is the deal with the period next to the first word of the new sentence? I mean, and what's up with the punctuation in this in general? It's hard to read even. Again, they don't want to pay what we are asking. Me personally plan to let 100 shares ride just to see what it turns into. Be greedy, apes. Don't forget all the bullshit these crooks made us endure. And if they had it their way, you'd be homeless on the street. Oh my God, this is such garbage nonsense. It's written horribly. Wow. Mr. Deadshot 123. And all these companies will be bankrupt. Yeah, because that's what they want to do. How many times do I have to explain, guys? That's what they wanted. That's the goal. Short a company until it goes bankrupt so nobody can trade it. Then you'll make a lot of money on it, not trading it, because it's better to not trade it than it is to trade it. God, why would anybody believe this? I don't even think even think they're processing it. I think it's just something they say because it makes them feel good. They're not actually thinking about any logical standpoint here. It can't be. This is a one-shot deal. They will never let retail have a chance to make this kind of money ever. Oh my God. Love every one of you. Okay. A one-shot deal, but it's not going to be quick. So, you know, not like you could, you know, it won't be quick. But it's a one-shot deal. They will never let retail have a chance to make this kind of money ever again. And if only there were. But there is no, I mean, a lot of us here have been making money, you know, the last few weeks. A lot of us have been making money the last few weeks. MOAS money? No. But nobody makes MOAS money. You might get lucky with one short squeeze ever in your trading career. So, you know, I mean, it's not a legit, to me, it's not legitimate. I mean, yeah, it is, and that it happens, and you can get caught in it either way, but it's not something you really should be banking on like this. Like, there's no guarantee that this stock's ever going to go above $20 again. None whatsoever. And they're talking about being greedy and not selling when it shoots up, you know, like when it shoots up again. So the contrarian in me, you know, this is very basic contrarian training. The contrarian in me says, yeah, this shit is not going up. You have potentially 4 million, but nowhere close to 4 million, in my opinion. You have a couple million uninformed retail investors who think, no. They know that it's going to squeeze massively. That right there for a contrarian is enough at least to take pause and take a deeper look. because that's a red flag. That right there is a red flag. But then you get people saying to be greedy. You know, don't sell. This is basically what they're saying is don't sell, which is crazy. That's what they said last year. But let me throw this out there. Is that what the GameStop, during the original GameStop squeeze in January 2021, did anybody say not to sell? Was the don't sell narrative in existence, or was it born during the AMC phenomenon after that, as AMC took on its own life and became the poor man's GameStop, essentially? I don't know if anybody remembers. I certainly don't remember. I wasn't paying that close of attention, especially during the GameStop deal. But I wonder, because clearly, Keith Gill did not sell. In other words, he sold. Absolutely fucking sold. And he was the one who established the DD. He did the research. He sold. So what does that tell you? Like, you know, he was the one who came up with the idea, essentially, and he cashed the fuck out when it did its thing. So, right there, the fact that, you know, millions of people think that they're going to get stupid, filthy money this easily, it just doesn't work like that. I mean, yeah, sometimes it happens. Sometimes. Very rarely. But what I'm saying is, I don't think the GameStop squeeze was susceptible to this don't sell narrative. I don't think it was. I don't know if anybody remembers, but, you know, feel free to let me know. Show me some, you know, tell me where to go to find it. Zoom has earnings tomorrow. Calls on Zoom. Zoom got hit hard. I don't know. I lost money on Zoom last year. I traded some. And had green earnings the last several dozen, or, you know, several few here. But, you know, that doesn't mean the stocks can go up. Not sure what the, you know, what the liquidity looks like in those either, in terms of open interest and stuff, but I'm sure you'll look that up. Actually curious to see myself. Not a lot traded on Friday. Spreads. $79.45 at the money for this week. Well, I mean, not everybody is, you know, as stupidly risky as I am with calls, with options. So, but even, you know, June monthly, yeah, there's more. But you're still, you know, 20 cents wide here. 30 cents wide. 30 cents wide. 35 cents wide. So that's pretty wide. The danger there is, you know, you're not going to be able to get out of it. You're going to have to sell it, you know, on the bid. And then, you know, or you may not get filled buying it at the mid, so you might have to buy at the ask. So be careful there for that reason. Puts 50 expiring the 27th. I mean, it's low open interest and all that, but, you know, it's only a penny wide, so I mean, 77 cents. That's pretty low, though. I mean, that's a low strike. I don't know. I haven't really looked at Zoom. I kind of like got mad at it and never looked at it again. After I, you know, stupid. Stupid. Tell you what. Had it here. Because I want to look at options. That's right. Okay. Okay. Now, go weekly. And I guess that's the beginning of Zoom right there. 2019. By the way, who heard of Zoom in 2019? I had not heard of Zoom. I had no idea what Zoom was when everybody started talking about it in 2020. No clue. I was like, well, why don't we just use Skype? Why don't we use Skype? What happened to Skype? Everybody has that. I had like 4 different video chat apps. Like, I don't understand them sometimes. So that you're talking about all-time lows there, pretty much. Well, not really. No, you're not. No, what is this over here? Why is this here? Get the hell off there. I think would be closer to the money would be better on that, so you could capture more premium from a move, from a modest move down from where it is. The danger with that 50 put there, and get back to it. In my mind, I'm not saying that yeah, what happened? It went from 400 to 89. That is wild. That is wild. And yeah, that would have been, let's just for shits and giggles, let's do this. Let's look at I mean, God, look at these, oh my God. Holy shit. I mean, there's none there's none actually here. 0, I mean, there's 1 here, 1 here. No volume, but let's say like this shit. I mean, even this 300 here, that's got higher open interest, or this 200. I mean, let's say the 300, because I like the way that looks. I can copy this symbol and then go to a chart, and I can then paste in this symbol, and we can see, oh my God. So this thing 10x'd, essentially. Look at this, it 10x'd. I got too many lines on here, too much bullshit. Go away. And yeah, go 2 with open interest. Okay, so maximum view on this here. So the low for this put was back in August, and I guess for comparison's sake, we could just put zoom down here. So we're looking at the chart for the option here now, this put option. So, and we need to look at the similar time frames. So was August. So, and you can see my cursor, the line, the vertical line here it aligns itself. It shows the same point on all the charts. So when I look at this down here, I'm looking at August 8:30. That's where it's showing the same thing up here. It's a nice feature in Thinkorswim you can turn on. Is a synchronized cursor, I think it's called, or something like that. But it's cool. I have it on all the charts. I like it. So we can see here that the low is here. So that way we can just line up with this one, and now we can look down here and see what it correlates to. Really handy, super handy. So it was kind of a local high. So that makes sense. The put was down in value, so it was 24, which, you know, yeah, that's kind of a lot. But it went from 24 to 217. I'm sorry, but like that's akin to life-changing money for a lot of people. You know, $2,400 to 21,000. You know, I would take that. I would definitely take that. $2,400 to 21,000 in, yeah, less than a year, 9 months. Pretty cool. Now, of course, you got to have the 2,400 to buy the thing first. So let's go down something like this, like the 80. Let's look at the 80 put, and this is for June anyway. So that's what we're looking at here, but. Oops. So the low on this one was 143, and it was April 4th. Okay. That's down here. It's over here somewhere. Oops. There. Maximum on this one. So 143 to 1150, again, essentially a 10x. $143 to $1,100. If you got yourself 5 of these, 10 of these things, that would have been nice. Okay, anyway. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. But I'm not sure about Zoom. I don't know what I would do on Zoom, but on XRT, the retail ETF, you know, see what's going on here. So, you know, we'll change this to wild looking charts. We're not worried about the top. I just want to see the open interest in a retail ETF. So, it's currently at 61. A lot of puts at 65 for June. A lot of puts at 60 for June. And you got a lot of calls for some reason at 105, but that's in January 2023. Wait, is this? So right now I'm seeing here is what I'm noticing is that the two highest open interest puts on XRT, that retail ETF, are very short term, like next month. So they're betting for, you know, essentially 60, 65 in June. Now on the calls though, these highest open interest here is like 100,000, no, 6,200. Now it's not the same number, but still it's the highest. And this is volume, by the way, this open interest is 33,000. So obviously it's a bearish sentiment, but there's smaller bets placed at higher strike prices out in the further in the future. Right? So leapy type stuff. Now, if I were doing that, I would go closer to the money probably, but got to have money for that. RT 60. Call or put? You must be talking about puts. You must be talking about. That is a hell of a spread right there. 445 and 160. I mean, that's laughable. You can't buy that. No button, you know, that's you know, that I don't even know what to say there. That's wild. That's a boatload of a spread. So, here you go, 60 puts. It's still fairly large. That's still pretty big. I don't know why. That is a big spread. $1.40. Yeah. Every contract has its weirdness sometimes. Look at this one. 495, 21 cents. These spreads are wacky. I don't know if I would be very cautious about. I'm on the right expiration, right? What the fuck? Yeah, these spreads are whack. Maybe it'll change tomorrow. Maybe it's just weirdness because of, I don't know. I honestly don't know. This is like, you can't buy these. I mean, you can, sure, you could do it, but that's I wouldn't do that personally. Now you probably have to go out further. I don't know. No? Holy shit. Yeah, see, that's, I don't know. I would even almost want to look at that on another brokerage platform and see and verify that, because that's obscene. You know, you're looking for a few cents, you know, 5, 10, whatever. You're not looking for $4 spreads. So just be careful about that. I mean, and you can see here, there's nothing, there's no liquidity there. There's no open interest or whatever. Maybe you got to go ultra short term. I don't know. Nope. Holy shit. I don't know what the hell. All these, look at all these options. They all have massive spreads. I don't know what's going on with this. Normally you don't see this, so, because you're looking at a market price. So the spread is 490 and 10 cents. The market is showing the market price at 250. I have no idea. I didn't realize this chain was this wacky. I would say check it tomorrow during the market open, when the market's open, because that and look at the puts. The puts are way outnumbered. It's a put call ratio of 5.3, so like many times more puts than calls. Where are all these puts at? I mean, we saw them. They were in June. I don't know what's going on. $1 spread. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that's some wild shit. You don't want to get yourself in that. I mean, again, I'm not saying what you can do whatever you want. Anybody can do whatever he or she wants to do, but generally speaking, you never want to get involved in something with a spread like that. It could be a disaster. Because if you have to sell it at the bid price, you're basically giving up the whole thing. You wouldn't want to do that. So you want those tight spreads. And a lot of times open interest and volume will translate to a tighter spread, but with the way this market is, and I don't know what I meant by that, but just the way it is, whatever that is, whoever the fuck is the market maker is, or whatever, I don't know. Sure seems like they don't want you to buy those. Of course, you know. Oh boy, that yeah, my brain hurts from looking at that. Wow, that's wild. Okay. Women buy makeup in recessions. I would know nothing about that, but you could, yeah, it could be something there. Okay, I'm gonna pop back over to YouTube real quick, see if there's anything that warrants attention, and then I gotta get out of here. So, but you know, my take is kind of I don't know. I'm cautious and kind of on the fence, ready for either side, upside, downside. At this point, maybe before the futures gapped up, I was thinking there would probably be a rebound, short covering rally, maybe even a short squeeze in the market, not AMC. Although AMC would probably go with it, but you're talking about like a short-term, short covering rally. Maybe a chance to play some calls or puts on the way down. It's possible. But now, I don't know. I mean, that still could be valid, still could be in effect, or not. Maybe it was never going to happen. Maybe this is bullshit, and it just, you know, it's typical Wall Street nonsense. Pump up the futures, and then slam it down when the market opens, or something like that. Some variation on that theme. We just have to wait and see. They covered. Going down, and then, so he's got going down, and then they covered. And then TMI doesn't want to say bomb, so he's got it's a ticking time, you know what. None of these warrant attention. Neither of those warrant attention. So, yeah. You want to talk more finance talk, chat, stocks, option trading, contrarian thinking, FUD busting, or just life in general, you can join the Telegram group. It's not a scam or anything. In fact, Telegram is Telegram is an open source product. It is an open source application. Discord is not an open source application, just FYI. And there are multiple different Telegram clients that you can use. You can actually write your own as well. But I feel like Telegram kind of got a bad name because it gets associated for some reason with WhatsApp and all those scammers. It's not the case. It's actually a pretty good one. So anyway, that's what we're on. If you're interested in that, you can come over. The link's in the description and join us there and talk all this fun stuff all day. Well, not all day, but you know, somebody's listening all day. Pre-market AMC. Oh boy. God. I mean, I could really lay into him right now. I could really say something really mean and really distasteful, but I'll refrain from that. I'll refrain from it because I want my channel to continue. I want it to continue. But and I feel pretty good about winding down now. So I feel like I'll ruin my mood if I watch this. So everybody can watch it on their own if they want. So we'll do it that way. And we got a 50-50 on the poll. I don't even know how many people responded. Probably not that many. But, you know, 8 votes. Okay. 4 and 4. So I'm not going to be nice, damn it. But I'm also not going to incriminate myself in terms of YouTube's arbitrary policies, Google's arbitrary policies, spam, scams, and commercially deceptive content. Well, you're looking at it right here. I mean, not this. This here. This on the screen. Hey, Google, okay? I'm going to make it very clear to you what the scam content is, okay? Look. It's this. This is the scam content right here. What is flashing on the screen? What is going away and coming back? That is the scam, okay? I'm just talking about it, trying to correct it. Okay, one more time for Google. There you go. That is the scam material, all right? Okay, have a good night, guys. Thanks for hanging out in the live stream Sunday night futures market opening. I didn't end up being late today, so that's good. I had to go do some stuff, but I will, as always, try to pop in during the week. No promises on that, but you know, like I said, the Telegram chat is always there, and you know, somebody's always in there chatting, so it's fun.
As soon as we squeeze, you motherfuckers are fucked! Bitchy! Cuckwick! Eric! Chris, whatever the fuck your name is! All you shorters! Mr. Burks! And your whore fucking daughter! You're all done!
Wow. Ah! This guy's out of control. This guy is out of fucking control. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Everybody should report this fucking video. This is ridiculous. Hateful, abusive content? Sure. Absolutely. You know, it probably fits into many different categories here. That's all it takes right there. And I know I'm probably opening myself up to it too, but let's be honest. Let's be honest. What, you know, which one of these guys is going to be watching this stream 4 hours in? So if they see that and report me, you know, so be it. I'm not the one sitting here talking about people's, you know, whore-ass daughters. That guy has got problems. Either way, if that's how he actually acts, it's fucked up. If that's how he acts and he thinks it's funny, it's also fucked up. Either way, no, that's you know, this is a guy, this is an unstable person, and man, I you know, I don't care to get, you know, he can come at me if he wants to. No, nobody cares. That's the thing. That's the great thing about being so small and, you know, irrelevant. That I have said some terrible things about these guys. Like, I have really raked them over the coals. A lot of them. On this channel and on my previous channel especially, I didn't care. I didn't give a fuck. And I still really don't. In terms of, like, sugarcoating things, trying to be more professional and all that. But sometimes it's just so absurd and so infuriating that, you know, it leaks out, and I can't help it. But, I mean, I definitely, you know, criticism is one thing. Valid criticism is one thing. But he's got nothing. You know, all you shorters. I have not shorted AMC as if it matters. So, you know, I'm just saying from personal experience there, like, he's wrong about that. Anybody who talks about AMC and quote unquote bashes it, which is not, this is the other thing, real quick. you know, everybody's so bullish. They're so biased to the bullish side. Anything that's not bullish is bashing. And that is a bad place to be in. That is a blind spot. You have a massive blind spot if that's how you think. So he's falling apart. He's coming off the rails. The wheels are coming off. And that's what you're witnessing there, I think. Because somebody can't take criticism, they can't take information that doesn't support their bias and they turn it around and have to talk about somebody's kids. That's gone too far. It's gone absolutely way too far. Whether he's joking or not, it's completely inappropriate, you know. And yeah, okay, I'm a 39-year-old guy saying this. He's what, probably, you know, I don't know. He's probably younger than me, I'm going to guess. Now, having said that, there are older people than me, Lou and the Ape Father, who are extremely immature. But by and large, you know, it's not appropriate. I don't care what age you are. That's just, you know, I mean, I knew it from the beginning because he had a gun. He was playing with a gun and talking about the Ape Father. And that really set the tone for his whole channel. Anyway, we know, and they got nothing. But you know, this is just, I personally have not witnessed, you know, just such an unhinged rage. I mean, the guy's full of rage, and you know, he probably, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to diagnose anybody, but he had, you know, he very much kind of, you know, to my mind, his mood swings a lot. You know, he'll be like quiet and you know, whatever, and then he'll just fly off the handle. Generally speaking, that's not, you know, everybody does that, but there's a point where that, you know, it is a problem. Maybe he needs to look into that, but, you know, that's just like the unemployment. People who need help, you know, oftentimes, unfortunately, are the people who don't seek it or don't get it for whatever reason. But, you know, yeah, that's, and the problem, the last problem there with that is it normalizes that type of behavior. It you know, it's a terrible example because you have people, you have these already immature people that are they're balls deep in something that they should not have been that deep in. They have not used protection, and you know, there's 2 or 3 different outcomes that can come out of that. They're all kind of devastating, especially if you're not expecting it. So, you know, let your mind wander. But that's an opportunity for, you know, extreme reactions, violence, and things to arise. And I don't want to see that. So I'd rather, you know, he be taken care of, quote unquote. But I mean, yeah, oh God, it's that is so wild. Anyway, AMC brought out the worst on YouTube. I would have to agree, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, there's always been people talking about stocks, always been people talking about, you know, investing and stuff. But I mean, the AMC grift truly is phenomenal. It is. I mean, and I don't mean that in a positive, good way, but it is a spectacle. There is something going on here, and it's not, you know, it's not what it appears to be on the surface. This thing goes really deep, and you know, of course, we know that, but my God, we all said, I'm pretty sure, we all said that there was going to be a point where this was going to take a turn to something really dark and tragic, that it was going to spill over into the real world. and that people were going to start doing irrational things besides, you know, going balls deep in something that they should never have been in without protection and without considering the consequences. So it is out of control. That's the best way to put it. I think I should end it on that note because I can't put it any better than that. It's out of control. It really is out of control. Nobody wants censorship to be a thing. Nobody really does. But it's one of those things where this is why we can't have nice things, kind of. It's one of those things. This is why there has to be content moderation. And I'll say it. This is why there has to be content moderation. You can't have someone going around saying this stuff, doing this stuff, without some way to control it. So, yeah, I'm for censorship. I guess, if that's what you want to call it, but that's not what it is. It's inappropriate, borderline illegal, along with a lot of this AMC shit. So anyway, Manuel, don't start anything now. Yeah, something has to be, I mean, the best solution is people, take it upon themselves to become more educated and informed. And then they would abandon people like the Commander 35 because they would see that is, it's not good. It does not help your cause. It doesn't, it doesn't help what you're trying to do. It's really just bringing a black eye to this supposed movement. And, like I said before, like I've said many times, these guys are going to destroy their, whatever you want to call it, community, circle jerk, whatever, propaganda, mill, rumor mill, drama club, whatever the hell it is. They're destroying it from the inside. They are destroying it. Unfortunately, there are a lot of individuals who are caught up in this, who are either aren't to this point where they can see objectively, or they're not going to be. They're going to get hurt if they haven't already been hurt and they haven't realized or recognized it yet. God help them. All we can do is, try to be a, I don't know, some kind of influence or something. Or give these guys a grade, and really they all fail. They all fail. Every one of them fails. The only one that didn't fail today, I'll tell you, was the German guy. The German guy, if there are any apes that are still on the stream, go listen to the German guy. You'll learn something from him. Put in the English subtitles. It's not that hard to read. No, the words don't line up perfectly, but it's actually, you'll learn something about technical analysis and what's going on in the stock. These guys are all about hope, hopium, nonsensical. It's, Commander 35, I think Model 3 dude said this, crack is a hell of a drug. There's actually an argument to be made. That there's probably a valid argument to be made, something like that there. And I don't care what anybody does in their own time or substance, whatever. It's not any of my business, but it becomes a concern when it's out in public and it's influencing people. And it's coupled with misinformation and just wholesale hate and mean-spiritedness. That shit is against the goddamn fucking YouTube policies. So I don't understand why I keep getting hit by that. But come on, YouTube. It couldn't get much clearer than this. Who the problem is here. And I don't know, but YouTube's not liable for it, so they don't care. Anyway, but calling attention to it, and more reasonable people seeing it and knowing that that shit's there and being aware of it, I think the better. I think it's better. I don't like to give people views on that kind of stuff. It is disappointing, but it's not about views. It's never been about views. It's about the information and trying to, correct some of the misinformation and empowering people, empowering individual retail investors to make good decisions. That's it. That's it. And I just don't see how this helps at all. It doesn't help. We've been over that a million times. It just keeps getting more and more ridiculous. So that's all. That's all I can say. But anyway, now I will make a comment here. I actually agree with this. I actually agree that Kim Kardashian is very talented. But, that's a whole other discussion. I thought she watched, did you see when she hosted Saturday Night Live a few months ago? I thought she did a great job on that. And I'm not even really a fan. I'm not really even, into their shit. But I thought, at least anyway on that, I thought she was pretty good. Anyway, yeah, Elon needs to buy YouTube so that he can bring free speech and dick pics to YouTube. And if you've seen it, describe it, draw it. Less is more. Goddamn policies. All right. Better take a peek over here real quick before we leave. So, yeah, go forth in peace, my friends. We got to be the better example, which I no doubt we are. Even Tony says so. So think about that. Tony was in here the other night, and he admitted that our channel is superior when it comes to information. I mean, he did. He said that. He didn't say exactly that, but he did. Tony DeNaro said that this channel looks at the facts. There you go. That's all we ever wanted to do, man. That's all we ever wanted to do, was to find those and bring them out to the light. So that stuff, it has a, it has a, look, Model 3 dude. Okay. Look, where is it? I don't see it here. Where's your comment? Oh, because I have it on Top Chat. I had it on Top Chat and it took it out. Yeah, it did. It didn't like that. Okay. So I got one word for you. So, but I don't think she sucks though. I don't think she sucks. Contrarian. It's the way to go. It's always the way to go. Better stop asking for a description because he's going to come up short. God, what's going to happen? If we had our prop bet website, we could do little bets. I think one could very well be we have to figure out how to phrase it. But what the fuck is Elon going to do this week? What the fuck is Reverend Elon Musk going to do this week? I mean, that's like trying to pick the direction of the stock market. I'm not going to lie. You don't know. Did you think we'd be talking about Elon Musk's fucking schlong this week? Who thought that? And why did you think that? Shame on you. But I mean, it's a circus. Somebody said that the other day. It's becoming a circus. It has. I think it's all distraction. I think you're going to see, unfortunately, sorry, Model 3 dude, I think you're going to see Tesla stock deflate. And I think this may have been a distraction from that. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my ass. He's going to, oh God, no, he can't do that. He can't do that. That's against the terms of service. If he does that and he doesn't get banned from Twitter, which would be like so funny, because especially if he ended up buying it. But if he does that and he doesn't get, anything, I'm gonna do it then, and prove that I would get destroyed. I would get obliterated instantly. The algo would come in and be like, "Psst, you're gone. Psst, you're gone." Yeah, no, I was more of a Clarissa Explains It All kid. I had a crush on her, Melissa Joan Hart. I'm not afraid, to admit it. I did. And I kind of had a crush on Punky Brewster too. I did. I was a little too young for Baywatch when it, kind of came out or whatever, but some of those Nickelodeon shows, the teenage Nickelodeon shows, that was my thing. Went to Universal Studios Hollywood, or Universal Studios Florida, Orlando, in the early mid 90s, I guess. Family vacation to the Nickelodeon studio, and saw the show, Clarissa show being taped, and it was like, for my 12-year-old, 13-year-old, whatever, however old, I don't know. I was like, I can see her. I can see her. We're way up here, like in this observation deck or whatever. I think I can see her down there. Anyway, it probably does turn him on. And on that note, I'm going to turn this off. So, good discussion, though. I'll see you all over on Telegram. And I'll see you guys. Look, it's already starting to come down. Already starting to see the arc. The arc of history is bending towards crash. Arc of history is long, but it bends toward crash. I'll see you guys whenever we come back. Maybe Wednesday. Okay. I always say that, but then no. It's got to be Tuesday. Why do I keep forgetting this? What is it? No Mask Tuesday. No Mask Tuesday. TMI Live. We gotta support TMI. So, well, actually, be here. We'll take a look at it together, I guess. But I can't say I'm not curious. And I'm talking about TMI here, not Elon. I am not curious about that. Although, maybe... No, I'm just kidding. Louis C.K. Anybody? You can't. The morbid curiosity. That's all I gotta say. Morbid curiosity. I'd probably look by accident, you know. I'm open-minded, you know, but there would have to be a spoiler on that. One of those blurred ass images where you have to click through it. Elongate. Like, yeah, it wasn't elongated. There's just so many. I mean, that's kind of inappropriate shit that I think is, you know, who cares? But talking about somebody's whore-ass daughter, that is, I would just never do that. I would never do that. I don't care who it is. I don't care about anybody's daughter. Like, what good does that do? That weakens my thesis, weakens my argument. It weakens my position. Like, it weakens my short position. It weakens everything. It's just, you know, whatever. You don't trust me? Commander 35. Now what the fuck we supposed to do? You disrespect. I'll break your neck, ho. I'd rather live alone than listen to Mike needs to harness that. Anyway. You're too demanding. I gotta show mama and she's Elon. The future was looking rosy. Well, found out you were so damn nosy. I can tell by the way you run your mouth. You're a you give somebody a rope and they will hang themselves. So maybe he's already hung. I don't know. I don't know. Very, very borderline, you know, what you call it, but what we've got already, I think we got the last verse coming. Yeah, it's the last verse here. Afro Man. I know Afro Man. I don't know him, but I think that he might be cool with me using this song. I like to think that he would be. This song is copyright, so but I've been using it for a year almost, and YouTube never catches it. Even though I talk about how YouTube never catches it, they never catch it. So I just keep using it. But I like, you know, we like to think that Afro Man is probably a cool dude. You know, to be honest, he's probably a cool dude. Like, he seems cool. And he's a little older. You know, he's not like super young, and he's experienced and whatever. And he's, you know, so I think I could even write to him if I had to. You know, like if we were going to be on like TV or something, like they were going to air an episode of this stream on PBS, you know, maybe he would give us permission to use the Full of Shit song. Now PBS wouldn't play it, but see you, Model 3 dude. Have a good one. Antoinette, it is a, you know, it's kind of a shocking turn of events, but at the same time, I'm not a fan. So, you know, it is sad. He is self-destructing, I believe. I don't know what's going on. I have to say that, you know, I'm ready for all of his tweets not to be mainstream news and all that. I mean, I really am. I don't care. And I'm sick of hearing about everything. So with that said, I'm just sick of everything. You know, who isn't these days? Have a good one, guys. Have a safe week. Catch you in the chat or on here Tuesday for Maskless Tuesday, No Mask Tuesday. Tiger Woods is coming out of the closet. Goodbye, fried rice. Hello, fried chicken. Sorry, Chappelle's show. All right, guys. Have a good one. Catch you later. Good night.